Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to meeting this special meeting of the Planning Transportation Commission for Wednesday, January 15th. Ms. Dow, could you please call the roll?
Chair Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner Suma.
Present on Zoom.
Is there anyone over 18 in the room with you?
There is no one in the house except me and one cat.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, our first order of business tonight is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Ms. Dow, do we have any speaker cards or comments online? I don't see anybody online, I don't think.
Oh, I see one raised
online.
hand
Okay, one raised hand online.
from Zachary.
Go ahead, Zachary. Zachary, are you there?
Hi. Hello.
We-
Yes.
Hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me now. I am representing, or one of the individuals who's representing Palo Alto Forward. And I know Amy Aston is present, but
Zachary,
yes,
is this regarding 3265 El Camino?
yes.
Okay, so right now we're taking public comments on non-agenda,
Okay.
non-agendized items.
I apologize.
No
It
problem.
got cut off the beginning of this when I when you all started. So
Great, we'll hear from you later. So, Ms. Dow, are there any other public comment cards for items not on the agenda?
I have none for oral communications.
Great, thank you. Okay, are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No.
Great, thank you. So then our next order of business is city official reports. Ms. Armour?
Thank you. Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director, and we will pull up the quick presentation here momentarily. Just a quick update on upcoming items that we have. So next slide. So we do have your next meeting scheduled. We've got a couple of transportation items, discussion of parking programs, as well as the safety action plan. We've also received a request from the VTA to make a short presentation to share about their visionary network. And so we're going to be putting that on that agenda as well. There's still some movement on what items will be going to your different February meetings. So I'm just including that second January meeting for now. On the next slide, then, some upcoming other meetings that we have. The City Council meeting next week is going to be on Tuesday instead of Monday because of the holiday. And we are going to be talking about some of the housing element implementation items that did come to you and were recommended for approval on November 13th of last year. We are looking to bring the lighting ordinance forward to council as well. Though, as I said, some of our February agenda items here on council are also moving around a little bit. So that may get shifted along with the stream corridor protection ordinance. We have a community meeting scheduled in the evening here at City Hall on February 6th. So we invite anyone interested in that to come join us. In addition, I did want to share that we had the first meeting of the Downtown Housing Plan Community Advisory Committee yesterday. Great discussion and introductions to the members of that committee. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
I have a quick question for you, Ms. Armour. There was a public comment that had asked if we knew when the bird-friendly design item would be going to City Council. Do we have any visibility into that?
We don't have a date for that yet. It is likely to be March. The meeting agendas have filled up pretty thoroughly. But when we do have a sense of when that's coming in the next month or two, we will include it in the director's report.
Thank you so much. Does anybody else have questions for staff? Maybe there's one more thing that I wanted to ask you to update everybody on is if you know anything about the status of the recruiting for the replacement for Director Cam He.
So I know that we do have an interim director for transportation who has joined the staff this week to start, but we also do actually have Rafael Reese from our transportation team who is online to join us and give us some updates. I expect that our interim director, I'm hopeful that they will be joining us at the next meeting since we have numerous transportation items at that time.
Good evening, Mr. Reeves.
Hi, thank you. I'm Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. Yeah, a few updates. As Jennifer mentioned, we do have an interim Chief Transportation Official. Her name is Lily Lim Sao. She's a somewhat recent retiree from City of San Jose, has a lot of experience and so far, we're hitting the ground running with her, so it's nothing slowing down. I will mention and kind of invite her for the next meeting. As an additional follow-up, so she's an interim position working part-time. The permanent position has, as of yesterday, been posted, so it's open right now. We're probably anticipating possibly a 4-month recruitment period or process. So hopefully that all goes smoothly. Then just also to follow up on the upcoming meeting, the January 29 meeting that Jennifer referred to. In addition to the parking programs, I think Nathan Baird is also going to try to bring an update on the shuttle and transit programs along with the VTA. The Safe Street for All Safety Action Plan, which is coming on that night. The draft plan is posted on the city's website. It's in the transportation section under transportation projects, but the draft plan is posted just in case you wanted to get a head start before that meeting. It's about 180-page document, so just as a heads up. That's the only other info. I think we sent the collision data for several months worth earlier this week. Available if you have any questions, but those are the main updates I have right now.
Thank you for the heads up on the reading. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Reeves?
Mr. Rios, I want to follow up on the collision data question I've asked before, and I understand there was a discussion about this at a PTC meeting a couple months ago that I missed, but I'm, one understanding of how we're going to track the KSI, the fatalities and significant injuries. I understand that there's an issue with the police department, perhaps correlating and releasing that information on a monthly basis. And if that's it, if that's true, so be it. But at some point, there has to be a plan for us to get the information so that we can see if we're making progress. And so really all I want is at hopefully a meeting in the near future to get a report from the transportation department that this is how it's going to work. In roughly February or March every year, you will get the KSI information for the prior year or the year before that or whatever it is. Just so that I can stop asking about this and wondering, because I know there has to be a plan because that is the deliverable from that program. So if you can tackle that and we can hear what the plan is, then I'll be happy to put that issue away.
Sure, I definitely understand your request, and I'll pass that along also. The Safe Streets for All action plan that's coming in the next meeting is kind of what the the KSI metric that we've been in discussion with, it's tied to that. I can say, I mean, just kind of I've noticed separately, our open data portal on the city's websites, the collisions were kind of 3 years behind with Twitters, but was recently, just in the last week or so, updated to include all of 2023. So 2024 is not in there yet, but I can say that, and that has a little bit more info. I know it has some injury info. I'm not sure to the extent that the details and KSI though. Great question, but I'll actually bring it to the project managers for the Safe Streets for All action plan and have them bring that up in the next meeting also.
Anybody else? Okay, then on to our next order of business. Commissioner Templeton, did you have a light on? No? Okay.
I was told mine doesn't work.
I think it's a ghost light from testing. Okay, so our next order of business is the election of vice chair to the planning commission, because Commissioner or Vice Chair Rectal is now on the city council. So do we want to do a staff report with this first, or do I just go ahead and?
You can proceed.
Okay, fantastic. So staff had suggested sort of the process in our packet. And so I think we'll just go with that process. So first we'll take nominations, then the nominees state whether they want to accept the nomination. Then whoever moved and seconded the nomination makes a brief statement on why they support the nomination. And then the nominees can also speak to their candidacy. So, and then we can ask questions and vote. So would anybody like to nominate one of us five for vice chair? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
I nominate Commissioner Aiken.
Commissioner Suma has her hand raised.
Commissioner Suma.
I was gonna do that too, so I'll second.
Fantastic. Commissioner Aiken, would you accept the nomination?
Thank you. I would be honored to accept.
Okay. Would the nominator and the seconder like to speak to their nomination?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Are there other nominations? Ms. Templeton, are there other nominations? Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So I think Commissioner Aiken is going to be very well suited for this role. He has, when you just think about the characteristics of how he has comported himself at the meetings, since he joined the PTC, he's already taking the lead on numerous issues. He comes prepared every time. And one of the real hallmarks, I think, of the way he approaches this work is he's very collaborative and he's a great listener. So he will put some ideas on the table and then hear what other people are thinking about those ideas and their separate ideas, and then work towards some consensus. And that is basically the description of the chair of the PTC. And as a bit of foreshadowing, when we get around to nominating a chair, which will be, I think, on April 9th. That will be 6 meetings from now, if my count is correct. And I think that Vice Chair Aiken at that point will be ready to be the chair. And I would note that if that works out, he will be supported on the commission by 3 former chairs who can, help out in any way that might be needed, although I don't suspect he'll need much help. So I'm happy that he's the only nominee, and I'm looking for him to start this work immediately.
Commissioner Suma, would you like to speak?
Sure, I'll just add a little bit because that was a very thorough comment by Commissioner Heckman. I'll just add that I think Commissioner Aiken is wonderfully suited to the role of in a role of leadership on this commission, and I have greatly enjoyed his participation, and I think he'll be great.
Would anybody else like to say anything? Well, let me
Yeah,
just,
he's the only one who hasn't yet served in a leadership position. He's great.
right. And tremendous, I'll just chime in and say tremendously prepared. I really like your attitude towards problem solving, right? Like there's a problem that we want to solve. We want to solve that problem. We're going to find a way to do it. And I really appreciate that, that approach. So with that, would you like to speak? Yes.
Certainly, that's, I'm quite taken by the votes of confidence, and I hope to serve you well. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dow, could you please call the vote, I guess? I don't know if we need to. Can we do?
Two things. You need to take public comment.
Oh,
Second,
right, public comment.
we cannot do voice vote because Commissioner Suma
Is remote. Okay. Do we have any public comments on this? I don't see hands raised. Let me check again. I do not see hands raised.
No, yeah, I have no raised hands or speaker cards.
Okay. And now could you please take the vote, please?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Congratulations, Vice Chair Aiken. All right. I love the efficiency here. So we're on to our main item of business tonight. So it's our second action item. So this is a public hearing that's quasi judicial regarding 3265 El Camino Real. And we need to make a recommendation on the applicant's request to rezone this site from commercial service to a planned community zone and to in order to construct a 100% affordable 6-story 55-unit multifamily rental development. So we will start with disclosures, if any of us have disclosures. You want to go on down the line quickly?
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
None.
What is included in disclosures?
Conversations with if we have any information that is not publicly available,
I don't have any information that's not publicly available.
then you're good. Commissioner Suma, do you have any disclosures?
None.
Great. Okay, then I think we can move on with the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the project planner for this application. As the chair had noted, this is a planned home zoning application for 3265 El Camino Real. What you can see on the screen is sort of a walkthrough of the process of what these planned home zoning or PC, planned community district applications have to go through, where they first start off as a pre-screening application. This one started in September of 2023, followed up by a formal submittal, which occurred in January of last year. The PTC previously heard this item in April of last year. ARB had it a week later in April. And then November of last year, the ARB had their second hearing with the application and recommended approval to the PTC, which is what the hearing is for tonight. And we have tentatively scheduled this item to go to council on February 10th. So a couple of things to note between what you're seeing today in this application and what was previously brought to you in April of last year is the application has changed to introduce an additional level of units on the project, which previously the application was a 5-story, 44-unit affordable housing project. This project now is a 6-story, 55-unit affordable housing project. There are 32 parking spaces provided on site, 30 within the stacker and the lift system, and 2 within the accessible stalls associated with adjacent to those. There are 55 bike lockers proposed at the back of the property, 4 short-term bike spots provided at the front on El Camino, and 5 shared electric bikes which would also be provided within the bike locker room at the back. And out of the distribution of the units, from the 55, 14 of those units would be assigned as low-income units, 41 would be assigned as moderate income. On this screen, what you can see is where the project deviates from our underlying commercial service zone district in the bulb on the right-hand side. So you can see that it deviates with the rear yard setback requirement, our site coverage requirements, floor area ratio requirements, our height, minimum open space per unit, requirements, our parking requirements, and the loading zone requirements based on the number of units that are proposed in the project. To give a sense of where this project is in concert with a number of other projects being built within the El Camino Real area, on this side where you can see my cursor moving around, here is 3150 El Camino Real, which is a 368 unit project. You have over here 5-story 3001 El Camino, which is 130 units. This is also a 100% affordable housing project. You have 420 Acacia, and down along the side you don't see that's cropped out is 3400 El Camino Real, as well as a number of projects just off of Matadero, further down 3606 and 3710 El Camino Real, where there's about 200 units split between both of those 2 projects individually. The feedback that was provided in that April 10th meeting is summarized here, where the PTC had asked the applicant and staff to study ways to expand the rooftop open space, expand the initially proposed TDM plan to ensure that it's robust. And there were concerns and conversations around the parking that's provided on site, as well as the on-site circulation, and also to clarify information about the affordability of the project in relation to the Palo Alto Unified School District's salary schedule. Here on the elevations, you can see sort of a visual difference between what we had looked at in the April 10th meeting and the application that's provided to you today. From the front side on El Camino, this was going northbound on El Camino. This view goes southbound on El Camino, what you see. So largely design-wise, basically the same, just an additional level on top of the building. And this is what you can see along the rear, which is a parking lot for the adjacent restaurant. On this screen here, you can see how the applicant has tried to expand and starting to try to address some of the comments that the PTC had. You can see on the screen here how the applicant has been able to expand that rooftop deck to include additional amenity space for tenants, as well as additional tree canopy on the rooftop. And in talking about the TDM changes, the changes to the TDM plan that have been provided within this submittal compared to the previous one, one of the things that was provided, you can see bolded on the screen here, that's a significant difference, is that the project now incorporates free VTA smart passes for all tenants, where previously it was limited to a handful of tenants, as you can see in the top bulleted items. As it relates to circulation, as a part of the CEQA document, the city's environmental consultant, Fair and Peers, evaluated the circulation to and within the site. They did identify, in accordance with our requirements for lifts, which requires or analyzes parking lifts to provide capacity for full-size or mid-size vehicles rather than the standard code requirement. Fair and Peers did analyze how vehicles would be able to access to the site to ensure that vehicles would be able to have as few maneuvers as possible into the vehicle lift stalls, given that the drive aisle is slightly smaller than what the zoning code technically requires for as well. And for stalls 1 through 6, those stalls would be able to be accessed by either a full-size or mid-sized vehicle with 3 maneuvers. And for stalls 7 and 8, there were more limits for full-size vehicles to be able to access that with 3 or fewer maneuvers, but mid-sized vehicles would be able to. And as a part of that conversation that we had with the ARB and as well as staff about how we could try to mitigate some of those potential concerns or conflicts, you can see in your packet and condition of approval number 18 identifies that the stalls 7 and 8 would be limited to access only by mid-sized vehicles, where they would have that 3-turn maneuver. And that is something that the applicant is able to commit to, as all of these spaces are actually assigned parking spaces. So there is a way to be able to effectively control which vehicles go into those further stalls, so that there isn't a concern that potentially a larger vehicle tries to access that instead. Within the packet, you can see generally on the screen, we have sort of information about the Santa Clara County HCD area median income for 2024. And one change that you see on the bottom of the screen is a similar table that's in the staff report, but we're going to talk about on the next slide. But it provides some anticipated rents for what the project is providing, which now with the higher density in units, the applicant is able to commit to a lower level of affordability for, or higher level, excuse me, a higher level of affordability for the lower income units, where previously the proposal had the lower income units tied to a 70%, an 80% AMI. Now they'd be able to provide them at a 70% AMI, and the previous commitment of 110% AMI for the moderate income units stays the same. But one thing to note, and we'll bring this slide back up later when I'm sure we have a conversation about rents. The rents that you see here are slightly lower than what's shown in the table in the staff report. And part of that is because we had forgotten to provide for the utility allowance. That's a part of when we set those anticipated rents. So typically for studios or one-bedroom apartments, they're about $200 or so for that utility allowance. So it's not the rents you saw on the previous the rents you see in the staff report plus this utility allowance. It would actually be considering, these lower rates instead that you see on this screen here. But in some additional corrections from the staff report, we wanted to clarify some of the assumptions shown in the report when we talked about the low income and moderate income units and which percentage or distribution of the Palo Alto Unified School District teachers would be able to qualify for those types of units. So in the first assumption, we're looking at a one-person household in a studio where you'd have about 9% of those salaries could qualify for that low income unit, and about 81% could qualify for moderate income unit. And again, looking at a one-person household in the studio, there is actually a 10%, there are 10% of the salaries that actually are overqualified and actually don't qualify for a low income unit, or sorry, for either, excuse me. And looking at assumption 2, we're looking at a two-person household with a one-bedroom unit, and within there, 22% of those salaries actually qualified for a low income unit, 78% qualified for moderate. Some additional considerations with this project is that what is proposed within this PHC satisfies option 2 of council PHC requirements, which is that we're providing a minimum of 20% of the units as deed restricted at affordable rates. This option 2 provides a weighted value to those below market rates, which is actually more than 3 times the minimum that council has requested applicants to propose. The property is within the adopted NVCAP boundaries, but it actually was deemed as complete before the NVCAP standards were deemed effective, which effectively means that the underlying district, the service commercial district standards, still apply to the project. So those are the baselines that we're comparing this to, rather than any upgraded or modified NVCAP standards that are put in place now. The existing property has a Valley Oak on site, but that Valley Oak does contribute or impact a significant portion of the buildable area, which the Urban Forestry Department evaluates as being 25% or more, which would allow for that tree to be removed and proper replacements would be provided either on site through some smaller replacements, which would be shown as like trees on the rooftop, but additional in lieu fees would be provided as well, and could be placed in other areas around the site or elsewhere in Palo Alto. And as we noted before, the roof deck, you'll be providing the majority of the open space requirements for this project. Lastly, staff's recommendation to the Planning and Transportation Commission would be to take the following actions, which is to recommend approval of the project and the CEQA document to the City Council. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So are we moving on to the applicant presentation now?
Unless you have any clarifying questions for staff.
I would suggest that let's hear from the applicant first, and then we can ask the clarifying questions of both of them, because maybe the applicant's going to answer some of those questions for us.
Sounds good.
So we don't run dead.
All right. Thank you, Chair Chang and commissioners for hearing our revised application tonight. As a reminder, I guess more for the community, a little background on myself. My name is Jason Matloff, and my wife and I have lived, I believe she's here, there she's in the back, lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. We have raised 3 kids here. They were all born here. They all went through 13 years of public school in the Palo Alto public school system. And through that process, we learned of the challenges of teachers trying to find affordable housing to be able to live in Palo Alto, which unfortunately is very challenging. So we decided to try to bring a project forward that would address affordable housing specifically for teachers. We have with us tonight, I think, a number of teachers and educators also that are with us, I think will speak to the needs and the challenges associated to that problem. I'm going to speak specifically here in the beginning to, I think I lost the presentation, Isaiah, maybe if you could do that. Speak specifically to the challenge that was brought up in the first hearing, the biggest concern that was related to affordability. So you got that? Sorry, give us a second here. Thank you. Okay, so the feedback that we got was in 2 forms, kind of a confluence of 2 different forms of feedback. The first one obviously was the explicit feedback from a number of commissioners with a strong desire to see deeper affordability, which was understandable but difficult in the existing footprint that we had at the time. The other stream of feedback that we had kind of was implicit around the early summer. By the way, the first PTC meeting was in April. Early summer, the City Council and the Planning Commission both started approving upzoning for all the parcels in our immediate zone. So specifically across the street, the El Camino Real focus area was upzoned to 85 feet. And our parcel is actually within the NV Cap district. It's in the high density district, and it itself, our parcel was upzoned to 65 feet. So given those 2 forms of feedback, we were able to come up with a revision that I hope meets your biggest concern, which is around affordability. Specifically, we were able to come up with this revised application that now includes 25% low-income units as opposed to the 20 previously. And we've decreased the income threshold that we're calculating the rents at. So typically the city's standard is to calculate them at the top of each HCD income band. So for example, in low income, that would be 80%. We've dropped that down to 70% for the low income units. And we already dropped the moderate income units down from 120% down to 110% of AMI. And the way that we got there was by taking advantage of this bias towards increased height. We've increased the height of the building to add an additional residential floor. So now we have 55 units. We've also added additional parking. So we have now 31 spots instead of 24 previously, and that increased the parking ratio as well. So this slide, there's a lot of data here. I'm not going to go into it, but it basically summarizes or provides all the detail to how we arrive at the affordable rents, which is an objective calculation that the city provides. What I want to focus on here is where we ended up with rents, which are substantially lower for the low income units. So you can see here, there's 4 squares. The 4 squares represent the 4 permutations of different unit types by different affordability categories. And in green, what you have is the low income units. At 70% of AMI, they result in $2,048 per month and $2,360 per month for the studio and 1 bedroom. And then the analog and the moderate income is $3,338 and $3,834. So if there's any questions on those, the calculations of those, I'm happy to take that during the Q&A part. But moving forward, more specific to the question around affordability, this represents the detail related to teacher salary grades and affordability bands as dictated by the state law, the HCD regulations. So what we have here is the current year Pause D, teacher salary grades. The educators are on a different schedule. I mean, sorry, the classified employees are on a different schedule. This represents the teacher salary grades overlaid with the HCD income bands. So what you see in green are the teacher salary grades that would qualify for the low income units, which is about 10% of the total. The vast majority of them in the blue will qualify for the moderate income units. That's about 80%. And then there's about 12% that make too much, their salaries are too high and wouldn't qualify for either the low income or the moderate income. The last slide on this affordability question here is the same chart overlaid with kind of a critical affordability metric called the rent to income ratio. So this is kind of the primary metric that a landlord would use to assess an applicant's capacity to pay rent. In other words, their ability to afford the rent. And there's varying standards for this. And so I kind of want to provide a range of perspectives. Because there is a range in the right middle here, you see kind of in small print, I apologize. There's several standards, starting with the most conservative, which is the federal HUD standard, which is applicable only by regulation to federal housing projects and federal voucher programs. And that implies that the applicant should only spend 30% of their income on rent. The more kind of broad commercial standard of commercial landlords, qualifying applicants would be 33%, or wanting to see an applicant having 3 times as much income as opposed to the rent. And then we have the standard of our own, within Palo Alto, our own housing authority for low-income housing, which is Alta Housing, and they qualify all the way down to 50%, meaning they only need to see 2 times the income. I included here an important data point from the recent U.S. Census Bureau data that illustrates that 56% of Californian low-income tenants, renters, 56% spend more than 50% of their income on rent. And obviously that's a terrible number. I don't suggest that that's a benchmark, but just there's a lot of data here, and I wanted to provide a full perspective objectively of all the different standards. But using the more conservative standards, we can see in this table that the numbers in purple font represent the most restrictive or the most conservative measure of affordability, the HUD standard. And you can see that fully 65% of teacher salary grades will be able to afford by that standard these studios, either in the moderate income or low income category. And another 19% of it represented in blue of salary grades would be able to afford according to the more commercial standard of 3x or 33%. So depending on your perspective, it's either a large majority or the vast majority of 84% that, including both categories, would be able to quote unquote afford according to those standards. So I'm going to stop there and allow the rest of the time for Isaiah Stackhouse, who's our architect, to go over the rest of the revisions that were made in design as a response to your comments in the last meeting.
Good evening. Nice to be here with you all tonight. I'll keep this very brief. So this is a PHC project. The planned home zoning allows the projects to deviate from the local zoning standards to promote housing production. It was started in 2020. It was intended to inform local land use policies and ultimately to potentially result in changes to the zoning. So in exchange for deviating from the base zoning standards, developers can provide only a requirement of 20% affordable units, and they must also create less demand for housing than jobs to help improve the city's overall housing to jobs imbalance. So this is a 100% affordable project prioritized to local educators and has many community benefits. Again, while the PHC requires only 20%, this project is fully 100% affordable. Now that it's gotten taller, it will create 55 units of affordable housing to help meet RHNA goals. Minimal impact to residential. It's over 500 feet from the closest residential district. It will improve jobs and commutes. Currently, 87% of teachers live outside the city. It will strengthen schools. It's transit-friendly housing, and it's got a long list of endorsements. Here is the map showing 500 feet to the nearest residential, and also showing that across the street was upzoned to 85 feet. It's a very transit-friendly project. It's right on multiple bus routes with a bus stop on the block, and it's within short transit to 7 Palo Alto schools. Our last time at the PTC last year, here's a summary of the comments and how we responded for affordability. We added a floor of below market rate units. We increased the percentage of low income units to 25% and decreased the threshold to 70% AMI. The open space roof deck was increased by 50% and added more usable open space. The parking, again, we added an additional level of parking machines, increased to 32 spaces. There were comments about trash pickup. We had several meetings with the city to coordinate the staging location there. And then TDM, we strengthened TDM to address parking concerns, and we agreed to provide free VTA passes to all tenants. So that's a summary of the changes we made. We do have a full drawing set available. If you have questions, we're here we can walk through the drawings or answer any architectural questions you might have as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to take clarifying questions from the commission, and then we'll go to public comment. So as a reminder, because I think that there's a lot of interested folks here, we are only going to take public comment from those who submit a comment card or raise their hand within 5 minutes after the staff presentation. So that's already happened. So hopefully those of you who want to speak have already submitted your questions. And Ms. Dow, could you just quickly give me a sense before we go into clarifying questions of how many we have? I don't actually see anybody online, and I don't, oh, nope, I see Zachary popped himself back up now, but.
I have 13 cards. I don't see any raised hands on Zoom, but.
Okay.
Zachary, since
so just to give the members of the public a heads up, I'm going to reduce the time per speaker to 2 minutes. Yeah, from 5 to 2, just to keep it to, yeah. Oh. All right. Do we have clarifying questions?
Is there any discussion about that, or you're just?
We can discuss, sure, if you'd like to discuss.
I think I would encourage most people not to take the whole 5 minutes, but if we don't have that many speakers, so I would love to hear a little bit more if people have something longer to say. That's just me, so it's up to your discretion.
I'd like to hear from the other members of the commission. I have a suggestion for 3 minutes from off mic.
Yeah, I think that where in the past we've reduced from 5, 3 is often the next step, and where we've gone to 2, sometimes it's been, quite a few more people. So I'd be comfortable.
I'm fine with 3 minutes. Okay, we'll do that. So just a heads up to the members of the public so you can plan accordingly. All right, so let's take some, go ahead, Ms. Armour.
Just as a reminder also for the commissioners as we move into clarifying questions, that after the public comments, there will be an opportunity for the applicant to rebut, and therefore additional clarifications and questions for the applicant there will be an opportunity at that point as well.
Okay, great. So are there any clarifying questions that commissioners want to ask at this point, or you want to save them for later on? I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to save them for later on, I think. Anybody else? Oh, I can't see her hand. Okay, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I did have a question for staff about the length of the deed restriction. I didn't find it listed in the ordinance, and I was wondering if I missed it or if you could clarify that.
Thank you. Yeah, so there are 2 standards in our zoning code that discuss the length of affordability. One that is tied to whether a project has federal grants or other sort of time limits associated with other public grants, which is typically 55 years. And the other, which says that all projects or all units built as affordable would be restricted to 99 years. Given that this is a PHC project, in some ways there's a lot more flexibility in how that can be applied. But typically when it comes to establishing the time frame for when those are restricted for, how long they're restricted for, that's done through the development agreement with Alta Housing and within from staff. But if there's any specific interest on identifying or having a certain time frame for these units to be restricted, that's something that the PTC can consider and also make a recommendation or add an additional condition to say if there's a support for a motion, for example, have X amount of you have these units restricted for X amount of years. That could be a condition added into the draft record of land use action.
Okay, so it's not 99 years at this point. Is that correct? That it's going to be negotiated through a different device and not stated in the ordinance? Or...
Yeah, currently there's not an explicit timeframe stated in the draft record of land use action. Our zoning code, like I said before, has those two standards, but it's also commonly negotiated between staff and the applicant through that agreement process. The regulatory agreement process is what I should have said, not development agreement.
Okay, so, but my reading, just to confirm what you said, my reading in Title 16, 55, I think it's C2 actually. It says 99 years unless unless there are federal funds involved, which with this one there won't be. So I would assume it would be 99 years.
That's correct. That's what I said before.
Okay, all right.
Can I just interject with a follow-on question? Is that something that the applicant is expecting, the 99 years then? Maybe you could ask the applicant.
Yep. They're welcome to answer that question too. Staff and the applicant have had discussions to talk between those already. And initially, their response and concern is to have it be restricted to a 99-year period would be very difficult for them, just in terms of how long it would be tied to, I think, their maybe, Jason, you could probably speak to this a little bit better than I could, but.
Honestly, we have so much going on, but the prior discussions we've had with Director Lade is that it would be negotiated. So, this is something obviously it's going to outlive me. Our plan is to hold this property and be part of the community and make an investment. This is a for-profit investment. I'd prefer to continue with the assumption that it will be negotiated based on Director Lade's comments, but honestly, it's not something we've factored. It's not a super high priority. So I welcome feedback and thoughts. If it's not something I've really thought about seriously, other than that it will be eventually negotiated as part of the regulatory agreement.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, did you have more questions?
No, I guess I'm just a little confused if it's required to be 99 years, as Mr. Saul said, or if it's if there's an expectation of negotiating it. I'm still a little confused on which it is. So,
Just to clarify that then there is an expectation that it would be negotiated, but Mr. Yang is also looks like he wants to say something.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify that the standard for 99 years is in our inclusionary ordinance, and it applies to BMR units that are provided under the inclusionary ordinance. And this project obviously goes well beyond what's required in that part of our code. And so it's a guideline that we would look to for, of 99 years, but that's not a binding requirement for this project.
Okay, I thought it was part of the affordable housing portion of the code, but
Yes, it's part of the code that requires inclusionary units for ownership projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But this is not an ownership project, and it's also,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that answer. And I guess that will be negotiated. I didn't realize it was negotiated outside of being recorded in the ordinance itself. Thank you.
I do realize I have one question. It is regarding the parking spaces. So the presentation has mentioned that the parking spaces are going to be decoupled. And so I was wondering, question of the applicant, if you know what you're going to be charging for the parking spaces and whether there would be any difference in terms of like how are those parking spaces allocated and priced with respect to the affordability, or is it just completely decoupled?
Yeah. So the parking is unbundled, as you can, I guess, surmise, given that there's not one-to-one. And prior discussions, I believe, with council, so our financial model to make this pencil out is that the parking spots will lease for $150 a month, which I think, well, anyway, I think it's slightly below market, but that's not pertinent to your question. We had discussions previously, Garrett. I'm not sure if you can help me on, I think it was with council, about trying to figure out a way to maybe have bifurcate the leases so that there was a lower lease for the parking for the lower income units versus the tenants in the moderate income units. That gets very complicated for a lot of different reasons. I'd prefer not to do that, but I'm open to discussion on that. So for example, theoretically, it could be like 100 and 175 for low income versus moderate income units. We could potentially model that and have a discussion around that. But that the current plan, to answer your question, is $150 a unit, a space.
Okay, and then they would be open kind of like first come, first serve to all units, correct?
Correct, first, yes.
Thanks. And that's it from me. I don't see I see lights. Okay, Commissioner Aiken, then Heckman, or Vice Chair. Oh, okay. Commissioner Heckman, then Vice Chair Aiken. Oh, it's a ghost light. Okay. Then Commissioner, Vice Chair Aiken.
I'll accept either. So my question is to get some clarifications on the HUD standards and how that applies to the numbers we've seen in both the staff report and the presentation. So as I understand the HUD standards, they include not only rent, but also utilities and some other incidentals like insurance. So I think what I'm seeing in your presentation on, I believe, page 13, right, so if we look at the anticipated rents down at the bottom, whoops, we were there. All right. For the, let's just say the 70% AMI studio, the rent that you quoted here, if I understood the clarification on the next page, is the rent not including the utilities allowance. Is that correct?
The rents that were provided, the anticipated rents that were provided in the staff report didn't have this utility allowance as a part of them. So what I was trying to clarify was that from the amounts you saw in the staff report, including this, allowance, this utility allowance showed on the top of this screen here, this is actually the numbers that you see on this screen, what we would be seeing as the anticipated rents.
Yeah, so the rent for the particular case I'm asking about would be $2,049 a month. And we anticipate the utilities would be in the ballpark of $210, $220 a month. Is that the way to interpret this?
Yeah, that's what the Santa Clara County sort of housing authority assumes is that utility allowance.
Okay, so the HUD standard requires that the utility allowance be included when performing affordability computations. And that's as you did it for the staff report, correct?
We also have actually asked our housing planner, he's also attending the meeting too, just to maybe step in and clarify or answer that question. So we have Robert Fain with us as well.
Right, and,
Hello.
good.
Yes, so I mean, essentially the purpose of the utility allowance is to ensure that the tenant is paying, this is calculated on approximately 30% of the income going towards rent and utilities. So the rent, if a tenant is paying their own utilities, that allowance is deducted from the rent that they would be charged to ensure that they're not exceeding a payment of greater than 30% for both the housing, the rent costs and utilities costs as a whole of their income.
Okay, so I'm still not sure I'm understanding it correctly. If you work the numbers, if you look at this chart where the affordable to annual income of $90,370, then that works backward to an expenditure of, if I remember correctly, $2259, which is the number you have in the original staff report. That's if you assume that the rent is all that factored into the HUD standard, then you would get a number less than 90,370. So there's still an inconsistency here that I don't understand. And the reason it's important is it affects the bands of affordability that the applicant showed to us earlier. This is, I guess I'm not making myself completely clear. Yeah.
So Robert, I'll just briefly comment. So there's two different things going on. First of all, is the affordable rents as calculated are state and county regulation. And so the 2049 is, I think you all just clarified, is for the low income category, which is a huge range, right? It's from 51% to 80%. Using the 70 percentile of AMI, and using the algorithm of, the target income divided by 12 times 0.3, then you subtract that $208, whatever it was, the utilities allowance. That's how you come up with the Palo Alto approved rent. So this is correct. I think your question is, in my analysis, and by the way, my analysis that shows each salary grade by affordability category is 100% consistent with that. What I think you're potentially bringing up, which may be a fair point, is the HUD standard for determining affordability. The 30% that they use is, I think you're saying, includes the utility allowance, meaning the rent and the utilities needs to be less than 30% or less. That's not, that might be true, but it's not the same way that other standards are used for. And by the way, that's not the way the city or the state or the county, the HUD is not relevant. It's just a comparison point that I was using in my presentation. But it's also the way that, like, a commercial landlord or Alta Housing, who is our low income housing administrator, they use just a straight gross income to rent comparison. So you're right that the HUD has this kind of anomaly that they also include utilities. That is relevant to my analysis, if that is correct, but it's not relevant to the rents or the affordability categories, meaning which salary grades of teacher would be able to afford. But your point about HUD's calculation of affordability, I believe, is correct. So sorry, Robert.
We're getting close now. Right. So what I'm hearing is that simply that the HUD standard is not being used. So any conclusions drawn from that would be incorrect.
That's correct.
So I guess,
Okay.
Yes, Robert, you can add additional clarification to that.
just briefly, in the Palo Alto Municipal Code 16.65020D, we do define affordable rent, and that includes states that affordable rent shall include the total of monthly payments by the tenant for rent, in addition to utilities and any separately charged fee, an allowance for utilities and any separately charged fees. Which is, yeah.
All right, so now I'm not sure, once again, how to interpret that. But so walk me through the calculation how a rent of $2,049 results in affordable to annual income of $90,370.
So you have to add in the utility allowance
Yes.
to 2049, and then it calculates to 90,370.
Good. That's exactly the number that I got. So I'm happy to hear that confirmation. So I understand what's going on there now.
Okay.
So, and this is affordable according to which standard? Because it matches the HUD standard. So if you're using a different standard for this number, then it's important to understand what that is.
It matches the standard that that Robert just spoke to, which was rent plus utilities allowance should not exceed 30% of the income.
Okay, great. So that happens to be identical to the HUD standard. It's just ours happens to be identical.
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I needed from this. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other lights right now, let's move to public comment. So Ms. Dow, if you could help call the first speaker.
Yes, first is,
And let me just add, but because as Commissioner Templeton said, because we have 3 minutes, we're not saying please speak for 3 minutes. If you if you want to just say that you agree with prior speakers, it's helpful if you just tell us that. Thank you.
so our first speaker is Adam Schwartz, followed by Matthew.
Good evening. My name is Adam Schwartz. I have lived in Palo Alto for 9.5 years. My kids went to junior high school and high school here. I'm strongly in support of approving these new homes. My kids, one of them wants to grow up and be a school teacher, and they would jump for joy if they could come and live in a one-bedroom apartment at this price level, based on how hard it is to find housing in this area. My number one issue as a voter in Palo Alto is the construction of more homes for more people. And this development is a very good step in the right direction. And so I urge everybody to vote in favor of letting this development go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next is Matthew Polly, followed by Ashley.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Matthew Polly. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 17 years. I want to express my support for this project. We need to increase our housing supply to meet demand if we're going to address our housing affordability crisis. This project is a good step in that direction. It's in a great location with access to lots of amenities. It's putting a vacant parcel to productive use, and it's going to benefit teachers, who in turn will benefit our entire community. I urge you to approve the project as is with all modifications, rezonings, and deviations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next is Ashley Chichu, followed by Amy.
Hi, my name's Ashley Chichu, and I've been a special education teacher in Palo Alto Unified School District since 2004. I live in San Jose, so I will not benefit from this housing at all, and I strongly urge you to move this project forward. I'll retire from San Jose Unified in about 4 years, from Palo Alto Unified in about 4 years, and I'm a moderate to severe special education teacher, and I've been doing it since 2001. There's some institutional knowledge that you will lose from having special education teachers leave this district because they cannot afford to live here. So they do not stay here. They do not continue to serve our students in the capacity that we need. We need good, quality special education teachers in this district. You need them to stay here, and to be able to do that, they need to be able to live here, stay here, teach here, and keep our students with the best quality teachers that you can. I urge you to please move this housing forward so you can get special education teachers here and get them to stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Amy Ashton, followed by Mel.
Good evening, Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward. We submitted a letter. I won't go into it, but this is a perfect site for housing. It's near Cal Ave. I mean, I would be excited to live here. You can walk everywhere, transit's nearby. You're within 3 miles of just about every single school in the city. So it's really a perfect location. Over 45 pages of support letters were submitted. We've got people here all excited for this project. 2 years is a very long time for an affordable housing project. So I hope you'll move this to council with a recommendation for approval. And just a really quick personal story. A friend is a young teacher here, and she lives downtown in a very old studio apartment. This summer during our heat waves, her studio was over 100 degrees. She slept on my couch. New housing is also a climate resiliency strategy, and let's not forget that most of our rental stock in Palo Alto is over 50 years old. I'm 50 years old. I guess that's getting pretty old. So for all these reasons, please recommend approval to council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mel or Meb Steiner, followed by Terry.
Good evening. My name is Meb Steiner. I am the president of the California School Employees Association, Palo Alto Chapter 301. I personally have been a part of the Palo Alto community since 1967 when my family moved here from India. I have worked in the district since about 2001. I've gone there, my kids have gone there. But the important factor that I want to bring up tonight is our classified school employees. These are all of the folks who are a critical part of our school district, supporting our students, supporting our staff, supporting our community. It's all the jobs other than teachers and administrators. So it's everyone from food service, bus drivers, tech support, mental health therapists, behaviorists, aides, clerical support, everybody. Our salary ranges are really wide. So we have our food service workers at the lowest end of the scale, and we have our full-time folks, 12-month employees with some of their professional degrees up at the upper end. We have a lot of part-time employees. I would say the vast majority of our membership will qualify, both for that low income, a lot in the low income, and almost everyone in that moderate range. I cannot say thank you enough to Mr. Matloff and his company to have someone from the community recognize the need and to step up with a model that can be sustainable. It's a win-win-win. Win for the city, for the housing, a win for our school employees and teachers, a win for his company to do something that is a sustainable, positive income and still does good. So I really urge the commission to move this forward to City Council with a yes recommendation. We have folks who commute in from the Central Valley. We have bus drivers who come in. They arrive at 6:30 to drive a bus. Then they're here all day. They end their shift, drive home, basically to sleep and come back again. A custodian of ours comes early, so she's never late, and sleeps in her car for another hour or two before starting her shift. These are some of the stories we have. We have maintenance people who are far away, and if there's an emergency, we then end up having to call a contractor instead of being able to utilize the employees who know our schools because they live, 3 hours away. So there's a lot of need. We have a lot of interest from our membership. They are very, very excited about this project. And its central location is just ideal for public transportation and for getting everywhere. So thank you so much, and please, please approve this.
Next is Terry Baldwin, followed by Corinne.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm Terry Baldwin. I'm the president of the Palo Alto Educators Association, PAEA. I'm here tonight to voice my enthusiastic support of this vital educator housing project in collaboration with PAEA, CSEA, and Mr. Matloff and Halfton Capital. Educator housing has been a passion of mine since I moved to California to work in this district 24 years ago. Like many educators, I couldn't afford rents in Palo Alto or the surrounding area even back then. I've witnessed firsthand how this challenge has impacted our teachers and ultimately our students. This project is a game changer. By providing more below market housing for educators, we can better attract and retain the high quality teachers our students deserve. Today, many educators endure commutes of 2 hours or more each day just to reach their classrooms. Several teachers wanted to attend tonight but couldn't due to their long commutes. Imagine the difference it would make if our teachers could live in the communities where they work. Instead of spending hours in traffic, they could dedicate their time to meeting with students, preparing lessons, grading assignments, or simply engaging with our community. Teachers would have the flexibility to attend school events like sporting games, concerts, and plays, activities that will enrich both their lives and their students' lives. Moreover, having the option to bike or use public transportation to work rather than driving long distances would help educators reduce their carbon footprint, which is an issue that resonates deeply with all of us. This project is more about just housing. It's about strengthening our schools, our students, and our community. I urge you to approve this initiative for the benefit of all. I want to thank you for listening and thank Mr. Matloff for this innovative project. Thank you.
Next is Corinne Higley, followed by Kimberly.
Good evening. My name is Corinne Headley. I've been an educator for over 20 years. Both my parents are educators down the street in Los Altos, and they urged me not to come into this profession because they thought I would have to live far away from them. And in some regards, that's very true. I'm incredibly lucky to have housing. It is in Oakland. My daughter and I make sure that we leave the house by 7 a.m. every morning. And looking at the time now, it will be about another hour before we are able to walk across into our room. And I will be putting her late to bed tonight so that I can have this opportunity to make my plea in front of everyone that all people deserve housing. And especially the people, the janitors, our custodians, the aides who I would not survive without in my classroom. We are a team, and we are a team with the desire to serve young people, to grow their minds, to let them illuminate us on what the future can hold. And so I hope that this is a very quick and swift vote that makes this to council so this project can get underway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Kimberly Kwan, followed by Jennifer.
Hi there, my name is Kimberly Kwan. I actually was not prepared to speak tonight, so I'm going to speak off the cuff and not as eloquently as everyone who preceded me, but I wanted to echo their thoughts and their pointing out of what an incredible project this would be. I am one of the teachers that Terry spoke of who commutes a very long distance. Sometimes it takes me 2 hours to go home, so it's actually kind of nice to be here because hopefully the traffic will not be so bad. I actually went to the meeting of the other housing development that's being proposed for teachers. That also is a very exciting and welcome project. There are only 29 units available to Palo Alto teachers. There were at least 60 people in that room, and I assume they don't live together. So the need is very high. The interest is very great. And I also join everybody here in asking you to push this project forward. And I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer DiBrienza, followed by Brian.
Hi, Jennifer DiBrienza, educator, former school board member. I also urge you to support this. I'm very, very grateful to Mr. Matloff for coming up with this idea, for sticking it through all of this. I was board president when he first told me about this. That was more than a year ago. I am now no longer on the board. And I understand the concerns about affordability, and yet it's really a formula. And you've got your union heads of both bodies here saying, we want this, our staff wants this. So if they know what they're paying for rent now, they know what's out there. And this is something they really want and something they really need. For anyone who remembers when we all went to school and our teachers lived in our neighborhoods and we saw them at the supermarket and at the restaurant, this is something that our students benefit from, our teachers benefit from, and our staff. It's not just teacher housing, it's educator housing, it's staff housing. There are so many, as Meb mentioned, so many employees of PAUSD that are not teachers and are not on that teacher scale that are probably would benefit from this even more than our teachers would. As you saw from the numbers, 90% of staff would qualify for one of these two levels. It is, at first I was really surprised at the pushback about affordability, but I'm a little bit grateful now because now it's taller and bigger and has more units and is more affordable. So yay, that's a win overall. I hope that you move this forward as quickly as possible so that more money and time isn't lost in waiting for this, and that we have more and more staff that can stay in our community and bike to work. Thank you so much.
Next is Brian Baker, followed by Michael.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brian Baker. I'm a proud resident of 14 years of Palo Alto and a parent with two children that have one child that's gone through the Palo education system, Palo Alto education system, and I have a daughter that is currently a senior at Pali. I concur with all the positive comments that have already come before me regarding the value of this particular project, and I will emphasize from my own perspective as being a parent of a child with special needs that my family has been directly impacted by the challenges and difficulty for recruiting and retaining quality individuals within the school district. And I see the lack of available housing in Palo Alto as being a critical element that is makes that as a challenge. So as a voter, as a parent of child with special needs, the questions that I want to hear from this council are not why should we not do this program, but why we shouldn't be doing more of these programs. Thank you.
Next is Michael Regula, followed by Rika.
Hi, I'm Michael Regula, University South resident. I strongly support this project as well. Kind of the newbie here, I guess, compared to everyone else. I've only lived in Palo Alto for less than a year. I've lived in various communities in Pennsylvania and Georgia during my life. And my experience here in Palo Alto it's been my favorite place to live. One of the aspects that I particularly enjoyed or have enjoyed living in Palo Alto is seeing school kids bike to school every day. This reflects a lot of the hard work that I think this city has done to promote safety, health, and environmental sustainability. Like all communities, though, we have our warts and we have some things that we need to work on. I think it's pretty clear that one of those things that we need to work on here in Palo Alto is housing affordability. Much of the housing in Palo Alto is out of the price range for many of the vital members of our community, including teachers and staff that support them. It was noted earlier that 87% of the teachers in the Palo Alto Unified School District live outside of the city, which obviously has negative impacts on community building as well as environmental impacts related to CO2 emissions. This project demonstrates a clear commitment to our educators that we want them living here in Palo Alto and that we value the service they provide our children every day. I'm not a teacher, nor do I have any children of my own, but this is the kind of project I want my city to support. If I were the sole body making decisions, would I make changes to this project? I would. I would love to see the benefits of the transportation flexibility that living directly on El Camino Real provides. I've learned, though, to not let perfect be the enemy of good. Based on the clear considerations and priorities of Jason and his team, I would say that this project is not only good, but great. Since I've moved here, I've met so many great people working on making this city a community for all. Thank you to all those that have laid the groundwork for making Palo Alto feel like home. I look forward to seeing more of our teachers biking side by side with their students on the way to school. Thank you.
Next is Rika Yamamoto, followed by Herb.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to voice my strong support for the academic project. This innovative development represents a vital solution to the housing challenges faced by Palo Alto and providing 100% affordable housing, prioritizing teachers and classified staff in our district by offering 55 units at rental aligned with low and moderate income threshold. This project directly addresses the reality that 87% of the Palo Alto teachers live outside the city due to the high housing cost. The proximity to schools and transit-friendly design will not only reduce long commute, but also strengthen the community ties and enhance their retention. The project transforms an underutilized site into a community asset by eliminating blight, reducing the greenhouse gas, and aligning with the city's comprehensive plan for affordable housing. Approving this project is more than a housing solution. It's a commitment to the future of our school, student, and the city. So I urge you to move forward with this initiative. Thank you.
Next is Herb Borak, followed by Zachary.
Chair Chang and Vice Chair Aiken and Commissioners, this project is coming before you under something called planned home zoning, which according to the staff report, deviates from certain standards to allow the project. Unfortunately, the city has never adopted an amendment to the zoning code as required by Chapter 18.80 of the Municipal Code to permit planned home zoning. And they had a long time opportunity to do that. And so I don't see how you can approve a project simply because a lot of people think it will be benefiting them or it's a good thing for the city if you don't follow the law. This particular project charges extra for parking. You know, it's typical when people are renting a unit throughout the community that there is no charge for parking. By doing that, they're pretending that that cost should not be added to the rental unit cost to determine whether the project is affordable. I believe that you should set as a condition for the project something that was done at the project at Page Mill and El Camino, and that is to prohibit anybody in this project from being able to participate in any residential preference parking program that you have in the neighborhood. Because essentially what they're saying is the project would not provide parking for the residents if they can get it for free someplace else, but they have to pay money in the project. I believe this project, if you correct me if I'm wrong, I would have a lift situation for parking. You may want to include in the administrative record a letter that's in the current city council packet about the lift parking mechanism at Mayfield Apartments and the problems with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next is our last speaker on Zoom from Zachary.
Hello. My name is Zachary Engelmeyer. I am here on behalf of, Amy Ashton, on behalf of Palo Alto Forward, but I'm also here on behalf of my grandmother. She was a 50-year high school English teacher. 37 of those were with the Soquel High School in Soquel, California, and the other 13 years were in Coral Gables, Florida. Now, it's in both cases, she lived within 3 miles, or in one case within half a mile of the school that she taught. And she was able to, like many of her colleagues, provide a very high level of education, just given the fact that she became sort of a pillar or member of the community. So it is vital that we have our teachers, particularly the teachers, certainly the rest of the faculty that support them, to be a part of the community, but particularly the teachers. They're not only an asset in the classroom and tutoring and such, but the families that they tend to create or raise are also an asset to the community. So that is how important this project is. It is key. Now, setting that aside, I do want to second what Herb mentioned in regards to the, but by the way, I am a resident of Barron Park for the last year and a half, and before that, the town of Woodside, which I sort of consider an extension of Palo Alto. I know it's a part of Redwood City, but for 3 years. Is that there needs to be a change in the legislation, because it is certain that projects have been stalled for multiple years as a result of it. Also, I work in climate tech and sustainability, particularly the circular economy. And what is missing from this project, and I do believe this project has to go through, but this needs to be the first of many projects that does three things. One, it needs to inspire out of the box thinking. Two, what I mean by that is out of the box thinking for types of projects and the way in which they look and feel and interact. Two, building materials. I do not understand why this is built in a traditional way. We should be using hybrid architecture, for example, using things like straw construction that costs much less, that would allow you to have greater affordability. And then three, this type of housing needs to be integrated into every project that is brought forward from here forth. So I appreciate your time, and I do hope this project instigates more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's bring it back to the commission for, sorry? Oh, rebuttal. I always forget about rebuttal. The applicant has 3 minutes, is it, for rebuttal? So if the applicant would like to rebut any of the comments in support of the project?
Or if they have anything in addition to add.
Yes, or if you have anything in addition to add.
I'm going to respectfully defer to you.
Thank you. We will be asking questions, I think, so thank you. Okay, so let's bring it back to the commission for questions and comments. I have a lot of questions, so I was going to suggest that perhaps we start with a round of questions and then comments, if that's okay. So light it up. Maybe nobody has questions. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I think this is probably best directed to the project architect. So there's no pickup drop-off spot on site. And so there's a discussion in the staff report about, where that might happen on Lambert, because it's going to be bike on El Camino. But I was wondering if you could just help the commission understand what you'd have to lose from this proposed structure to accommodate an on-site pickup drop-off spot.
I think, there's a very unusual circumstance here with Caltrans coming in and eliminating all the parking. So even things like bus stops, are hard to coordinate. Like the buses will have to cross the bike lane. I've never seen anything like this in my career, the condition that is resulting. But literally, in order to have a drop off, you would have to block the driveway. And so you essentially would have to give up all the parking. If there were no parking in this project, we could, a couple of deliveries could pull into a driveway that was, that would be fully blocking anything behind it. But so that's, and, you know, I would say, you know, of the dozens and dozens and dozens of projects I've worked on over the last, you know, 20 years of my career, I've never seen on-site parking and sorry, on-site like loading and unloading inside a building. Really, that always happens out on the curb. And when we started this project, there was parking there. It simply would have been striped out, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you know, Caltrans created a very unusual circumstance here, and we worked with city staff. We had many meetings with, you know, transportation, you know, trash pickup. Did a you know, wonderful job of facilitating meetings, but the city staff as well kind of came to the conclusion that that Lambert is the best solution under the circumstances that were really outside of the city's control and ours.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Lambert, for those who don't know, it's like, I think less than 50 feet away from our parcel, so it's very convenient. Fortunately, we're not in the middle of the block, we're towards the end. The other thing that Isaiah didn't mention that's I think is noteworthy is we agreed through this discussion with the ARB and with staff to put in a high-speed door that can open in 3 seconds, and to leave the door open during the peak hours in the morning and the afternoon that would allow for someone to pull in and temporarily be in the spot, or, you know, to accommodate a lot of different things that might happen when it's in rush hour and there's, you know, potentially problems. So I think the combination of the Lambert kind of loading zone, for lack of a better word, and that hopefully will mitigate the concerns.
I just want to jump in with a piggyback question. If you could talk a little bit more, I just remember trash pickup being a question when this came to us before.
Yeah.
And so we're not privy to the discussions that, you know, so could you talk about what solution was arrived upon for trash? I understand that for loading, like the package delivery and stuff, the vehicle will stop on Lambert. But what about for?
Yeah, that's true with trash as well. So staff identified a curbside location towards the corner on Lambert, and where the trash bins will be staged early morning. I think I forget if it's once or twice a week. So that was fully resolved.
Yeah, so to add on a little bit to that, like Isaiah and like what Jason is mentioning, we had a lot of conversations. We had a lot of conversations with the recycling team, the zero waste team, to talk about how the orientation of the bins would be on the site. If you can remember, the organization and the layout actually of what you're seeing on the screen went through a couple of iterations where there was a double stacker at the backside of where you have now this loading zone area. My cursor's trying to move around very slowly. And there was a double stacker on this side over here. Apologize, it's moving slow. Yeah, there's a double stacker up on the top right-hand side of the screen where the cursor is in previous designs. And the trash collection area was actually along this shared parcel line where the cursor is previously. So it was a different organization, and this one is a lot more efficient, where there isn't a need to do basically sort of like an S turn into that double stacker system that was previously considered. Instead, it's just a left-hand, 90-degree sort of left-hand turn into them. And for the bins, they're able to just be pulled straight out. Previously, they were sort of aligned parallel to the property line. And so you'd have to be able to pull one out first, sort of in order or sequence, where now you'd be able to pull them out more forward, which was for zero waste a lot more convenient.
Are you referring to either of these pictures on the left? The photos with the red blocks?
I'm talking about the images on the right-hand side. That's where I was trying to talk about the I apologize, I should clarify. What I was talking about was the layout for the garage, the interior, where they had a double parking lift stacker system where it was tandem, you would have to drive through. That was a previous design that was shown to the PTC last time. And what I was just trying to know was that that organization has changed, so now it's just one line of stackers that you see on the screen at the top of that parking garage. That has helped to alleviate some of the circulation issues that were considered a problem in the last conversation for vehicles as well as for trash collection. But as a part of that, the conversation was always around potentially storing trash temporarily on the Lambert side. In the left-hand side images that you see, those were the two locations that we had talked about in the April 10th PTC meeting.
Yeah, that were concerning. So those are no longer happening.
No, these would be the potential locations. And we did talk with the neighbor, which I know is another point that was.
So that's where we're confused, because looking at this slide, we're trying to figure out what you're showing us that has changed about the Lambert position, and you're talking about the garage. So it's hard to understand.
The Lambert position has stayed basically the same from the previous discussion.
So these red blocks are still showing the current state of the trash collection?
Yes.
Okay.
Follow-on question about the trash. So I think, if I remember correctly, one of our concerns was about visibility for cars as they're, with the trash containers there. With the new daylighting rules in California, are trash containers prohibited from being in the first 20 feet?
When I spoke with the transportation staff, they didn't indicate that would be considered within that, or that would be an issue. It was just specific to vehicles being parked in that sort of, from the stop line at that stop sign intersection, there's that 20-foot distance that you're talking about that you're saying.
So this is within the 20 feet area that's normally kept open. And that way, since no vehicles would be allowed to park there, it would definitely be available for trash cans if we approve the project.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would just add that, that this sort of, again, with the Caltrans change here, this is now essentially the city staff policy is that all projects will have to happen on the side streets now, the trash loading.
Yeah.
Where again, previously there would have been red zones on either side of the curb. Trash would have been picked up right there typically, prior, but now with the restriping, this is how, as we understand it, all projects will happen going forward.
Okay, great. I think Commissioner Heckman said he was done with his questions. So does somebody else have yeah, Commissioner Tumbleton?
I just want to follow up. You're more close working with this day-to-day of this project than I am. So that's why I'm asking to clarify things that might be clearly understood to you already. But what is the size of the bin that is in this red box? And you were saying how it gets there earlier. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, the bins would be 3 to 4 cubic yard size bins, which are pretty standard sized bins at the end of the day.
Standard for a unit or standard for?
For residential projects, yes, would be a standard size bin, but the service level is where sort of the frequency can change.
55 standard?
It was a 3 to 4 cubic yard size bin.
Are you saying it's the same size bin as in front of a single family home, or is it more for the size of a building? That's what I was asking.
No, it's a standard. It's not the size for a like a single family home. So it's not that. 3 to 4 cubic yard bins are typical for commercial or multifamily residential
that makes
projects.
More sense. Okay, thank you. And how does it get there?
So what would be the case is that the applicant's maintenance staff would at night pull those bins out from the trash staging area inside the garage at the back side of the drive aisle that you see on the screen. They would pull it out and then move it to the side street.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean is how? Is it manually, or is there a vehicle, or?
It would be manual, but they would be they have like pulley assists, right?
Is it
So it's
on
not
the sidewalk or in the street?
the pulley assist, or
I need you to tell me how it's going to,
No, I'm just trying to understand the nature of the question. So
I
if
want
they
to
would
know
have a,
where at all times these bins are going to be so that we can just understand that we're comfortable with this plan because it hasn't been explained yet. So
yeah, the bins would be stored inside the garage
And they're
during
being
the
pushed
day.
down the sidewalk or that's what she's asking. Are they going to be pushed down the sidewalk?
Yes.
but not the bike lane, not the bus lane.
No, they would not be pushed in the
And
bike
there's
lane.
no vehicle involved that's going the wrong way on traffic or anything.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are all questions that should be easy for you to answer. I'm trying to make sure that we all understand that this has been thought through. There's no problems with the plan. We all understand how it's going to get to the curb, all those things. So I apologize, but this is my process. So we go through, we make sure there's not any problems and we don't have to spend an hour talking about it. So thank you for clarifying. And I think I'm done with that line of questioning.
One last question. So how far, okay, you told me the size, the volume size of the bins. How far away from the sidewalk would they jut out?
They're typically only about 3 feet, 3 feet
3 feet
wide,
deep. Thank
3
you.
feet deep. They're quite small.
Okay. Commissioner Suma has questions.
I have another question about the ever popular, I guess I'd call them dumpsters, but you're calling them bins. How tall are they? I can picture 4 cubic yards kind of, but how tall are the bins?
They're a little bit higher than waist high, and the plan, just to clarify, they'll be staged on the south side of Lambert there. So they're where cars are turning in, not where cars are going out in terms of the direction.
So and I read somewhere that it'll take 2 people to operate it. So there'll be 2 maintenance people the night before, presumably, whenever they're getting the garbage picked up, that will roll it down the sidewalk with the assist of the pulley thing and across down the ramp, across the street, and then they'll turn it 90 degrees, I guess, to fit along Lambert on the south
Yeah,
side.
that's correct. And it actually, aside from not being able to stage, out there directly by the curb, a lot of that's very typical of all of these projects. For instance, it's typical for the trash to be sort of in the center of the of garages because that's where the building cores tend to be. We tend to stage bins there. We have lots of projects where the parking, for instance, is down 4 feet, like half a floor, and the electric bin pullers will pull it up the driveway ramp. A short 50-foot trip along the sidewalk with a 3-foot wide bin is very ordinary. To go down, a crosswalk ramp is very minor compared to a lot of our projects that have bin pullers that are, coming up a sloped driveway. So this is, in terms of the function, very ordinary. The only thing that's out of the ordinary here is that unfortunately Caltrans took away the obvious place to put it. And, we've worked with city staff to do what all projects are going to have to do from now on, which is use the side street here.
Okay, and I believe there's no overnight parking on Lambert, but this would not be considered parking, so it can be there overnight?
That's correct.
Okay, just
The expectation would be that that is picked up in the morning and then obviously moved from that location so it doesn't sit there during the day.
yeah, that would sort of be ideal, I would think, for the other tenants of the other places. And then I couldn't tell from the plans, but I'm assuming it has, I think you touched on this, Mr. Sauls, but I was a little confused. I'm assuming it has a designated place in the basement where it's not impeding bicycle traffic or vehicle traffic.
Sorry, just to clarify, there's no basement in the project, but you mean where the bins are stored would not conflict where the.
Yes. Yeah,
okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's placed in the back. It's not going to impact the vehicles as they're exiting from their stalls, and the bikes actually exit along the side corridor. So there's no direct interaction between a bicyclist, for example, and someone pulling the bins out, the trash bins out.
Okay, thanks. And since it's on the south side of Lambert, it won't really be a hazard for bicycles, maybe turning on at El Camino. While I have you, perhaps you can answer another question. I remember back in April, there was a letter from a nearby property owner. And I believe two sides of this project abut it, and this property owner was imagining that because there's no setback, that they would need to be on their property for the construction purposes. And I suppose maybe there would be what are typically referred to as underpinnings that would need to go under their property, and that they were not willing to agree to that. Has that situation been resolved, or is it unnecessary to have a concern about it?
So we did talk about that in the staff report. We noted that we did have a meeting with the applicant's representative, and in that conversation that we had with them, from the letter that was initially raised, that was talking to the points that you were raising, they actually really just narrowed it down to say, we're really just concerned about your latter point about, is there going to be any foundation need across our property line? And as Isaiah was probably about to speak to it, the design is intended so it doesn't require any underpinnings on adjacent properties, and therefore no sort of maintenance agreements associated with that. But go ahead, Nat, if you want a little bit more.
I would agree with that. We looked at alternatives, and the parking is exactly where it is in order to pull the parking pits out away from the property line. So there's no requirement whatsoever for any underpinning of the adjacent properties.
Okay, that's good to know. I guess that's all about that. Can I go on to ask questions on other topics, Chair?
Certainly.
Yeah, so I was surprised in the public comment period to hear that this was the preference would also be for school employees that are not teachers. I had understood all along that it was for teachers. And I think the PAUSD school salary schedule was just for teachers. So perhaps you can help clarify that.
Yeah, I think maybe an apology first, if I didn't make it clear. I want to be very clear that our partnership is both with the PAEA, which is POSD teachers, and the Classified Employees Union that MEB represents in the form of the CSEA. So the reason why all the analysis is done relative to the teachers was not because of a bias towards them, but because they have a standard 12-month annual salary, and they're full-time employees for the most part. Whereas the classified employees, as Meb, I think, was referring to in her presentation, are oftentimes hourlies, oftentimes have two different jobs. So the analysis there is not clean, and I didn't want to get into the craziness of trying to draw that clear, objective analysis. But it is meant for both, to answer your question.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a quick follow-on question about that? So I just pulled up because, as when the public commenter, Ms. Steiner was saying that that almost all the CSEA staff would qualify for it. I was surprised. Like, I know that all their salaries are lower, but in terms of it being affordable for them, I looked at the salary charts and was, less than half, I think, is my eyeballing of it for the most affordable unit, which would be the studio at 70%. Do you have charts, Mr. Matloff, that show that?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a fair question, but it doesn't have an easy answer because, like I said, some of these employees in the CSEA group most of them are hourly. Some of them have multiple jobs, so they could have multiple different incomes that qualify into their gross income. They could have partner income. So that's not relevant because I guess the teachers could also have partner income. But in general, by the way, there are some full-time members of the classified employees that have, as Meb or Ms. Steiner mentioned, have professional degrees and are up in the 150 range. But the vast majority of them are in the lower end of the, well below that. So those teachers would qualify for the low income. Now, there's two different things. There's qualify and then there's affordability.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
affordability is not, and this is the reason why it's a can of worms. I mean, we could be here for an hour talking about this, but there's no clean way to discuss or assess affordability for them because, are you talking about the person who's only working 4 hours a week and that's their exclusive job? Are you talking about the person that works 40 hours a week? Are you talking about the person that works 15 hours a week and has a 25 an hour a week other job? It's totally amorphous. You can't do that. And I don't believe you can fairly do that analysis. Whereas with the teachers, they're full-time, it's a full-time job and it's very straightforward. So I don't think in this forum we want to go into that discussion, but I'm happy to have it. And if Meb wants to try to come up here as well, it's very difficult analysis because every single situation is going to be different.
Okay, thank you. I think I was looking at the classified monthly 12 months. So those would be the full-time folks. And it's probably less than half it would be considered affordable by HUD or for by the city. Ms. I think Commissioner Suma might have more questions, or are you following on? Okay, sorry.
yeah.
No, wait. Commissioner Suma, Commissioner Templeton has a follow-on question, like on the same topic, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it is a can of worms and I'm not sure that it's going to be worth getting into because I feel like there's going to be more applicants anyway. Even looking at everybody who qualifies or is close to it, it's going to be oversubscribed as much as possible anyway. So I'm not sure that we need to worry if we're going to have enough members qualifying from the different organizations. I think there's going to be a lot of interest. Is that where that question was coming from?
No, I think my question was, can they afford this? But I think that was the issue.
I think yes.
The issue.
Very strongly according to their leadership.
Well,
thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, this is just an observation, not so much a question, but it would have been good to have an analysis of a more complete analysis of the preferred applicants, I'll call them. And forgive me if I missed something earlier about the CSEA employees, but I would assume that there is data on those employees and there would be, one could, if it's not already there, one could find sort of pretty easily a median income because of the budget. And it's just kind of important to know. And I will make the other observation that as Mr. Matloff said, of course, the teachers, we don't have any demographic information on who's in every box. Are there more single teachers? Are there more, and I realize it gets complicated, but it is, and how many are two-person partners and how many of both of our school populations, the teachers and the other employees that this is really going to serve. That's quite, and I know it will only serve people at these income levels, but it's kind of hard to know how many of our educators and and other employees at PAUSD will serve. So that's an observation, so sorry.
If I could, I don't know, is this on? I'll just respond by saying there are 1,600 employees spanning across the teachers, the PAEA and the classified employees, the CESEA. We're talking about 55 units here. So I think that's context in and of itself. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Did you have more questions, Commissioner Suma?
That's it for right now. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't see no other lights. Commissioner Thompson.
Hello, sorry, my light doesn't work, so I'm trying to figure out how to do it in my new seat. I guess I'm not bringing questions at this point. Just I wanted to recognize and appreciate all the really thoughtful comments that we had from our PAUSD workers, our staff, leadership, the unions, the board members, the former board members that were here, and some people I know through my personal life as people who appreciate their teachers and want to have people live nearby. I keep thinking about where I grew up. We had a lot of coaches and academic coaches and sports coaches and other after-school extracurriculars that were led by teachers. And out here, we haven't had that where my kids were there growing up because teachers can't stay. They can't stay. They have to drive home for 2 hours to the Central Valley. And it's such a loss. The time spent with people who care and who know how to communicate and connect with our children and build more in them, and for whom it's more than just a job. Like, it's part of this community that we can extend outside the school walls. So I really am excited about this project, and I want to reflect on the changes that have been made by the applicant in response to what our commission has said is astonishing. I really was skeptical that we could see so many changes implemented, and it's really quite a testament to your commitment to this project to see so much responsiveness to those things, even down to the bins. I know it's so silly. You're like, why are you talking about the bins? But like, that's something that we've heard from people in the community. And it's really amazing that even that, added to the package that you're presenting to us tonight. So I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that staff has done to respond and bring us back what we asked for. So I'm really positive about this project. And yeah, that's where I want to leave it for now. Thank you.
Okay, I do have questions, but I do also want to thank all the many public commenters. I also have kids in the district. Some of the teachers here were actually teachers of my children, and I cited as examples last time, actually, of somebody who had a 2-hour-long commute one way. So yeah, teacher housing is important to me. I do have questions. So about the bike parking for the 5 electric bikes, are those counted in the 55 bike parking spaces or not?
No, they're surplus.
So effectively, there's 55 plus the 4 public plus the 5 spaces for the electric.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, so there's somebody in public comment that mentioned that this has taken really a really long time. So I wanted to ask about the long gap between April to November and what that was due to, as well as what the typical time is for an affordable housing project like Wilton Court or the teacher housing project, the Grant Avenue one, and just to understand what's going on.
Yeah, so a part of that was a product of changing the project from that initial submittal of 44 units to 55 units. So, that took time from obviously the applicant side to sort of reconsider some of the design aspects of that, how to put the plans and other things together. So there was some gap there. And then when that was resubmitted, staff had to look at it in some ways, and some staff had to look at it in some ways as a new project, right? Even though it's sort of 90% the same, there's some additional policies that could potentially apply as we look at that. And so in a typical situation, when I think of a typical, I think of now what sort of state law allows for with density bonus changes. This change from 44 units to 55 units exceeded sort of that typical allowance that HCD provides, which is a 20% change in either unit count or square footage. Rather than, so in some ways, bureaucratically, we could have said, take this file off, file a new application, and we'll start from scratch there. But obviously, we didn't want to do that with the affordable housing project. So we kept the same file and tried to expedite those reviews with staff so that way we could ensure they could go back to other hearings as soon as we could. Built in, to lift the veil or pull the curtain back and see the little green man a little bit, there are sort of spreadsheets in a sense that calculate or gauge out, internal staff times for preparing reports that for A or B, for example, gauge about a month and a half in advance of that hearing. For PTC, almost 2 months. And so part of what I had been trying to do was trying to sort of get ahead of some of those. And there were some unfortunate sort of gaps in between some of that where we had to adjust schedules or commissioners got elected to council and we had to try and get a quorum and we couldn't. That resulted in, sort of various different delays that brought us to where we are today.
Well, thank you so much for all the hard work that you've put in. It sounds like were there not the additional changes, then, it might have gone on faster. And also thank you for, trying to expedite as much as you could. I had a question about so when we were looking at the comparison chart slide where it says there's a 0 to 5 feet rear setback, I'm wondering what is the setback? Why is it 0 to 5?
So the proposal has a 0 to 5 foot setback, and that's based on, the physical, let me see if I can go to the site plan.
Oh, I see. It varies. In some places it's 0, in some places it's 5. It's not meant to reflect ambiguity.
That's correct.
Got it.
The standard is 10 feet, and the variation of 0 to 5 is reflecting what the proposal actually is doing.
Thank you. I was like, how do we not know what it is?
I mean,
Okay.
to some side, the other opposite end physically of the property on El Camino is a 0 to 8 foot setback, depending on the existing width of the building to get to that pedestrian zone, right? So.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I just completely didn't understand that. And then one last kind of big picture question about, we've had so many changes in terms of, and laws and our own zoning has changed over time. What is allowed under AHIP? How does this project compare to what would be allowed under AHIP? And I know AHIP is a little bit in flux right now because we were just looking at that last month. So AHIP is the Affordable Housing Incentive Program for the members of the public listening.
Yeah, so on the screen that you can see here, I did have, that comparison talked about in the first project, albeit the numbers on the far right that are bolded are different with this version that we're seeing here. So generally, as you progress from left to right, you see the CS district rule, the AHIP rule, and the proposal. And so with the AHIP, as it relates to the lot coverage requirement, there is no maximum. So they would not be in conflict with that rule. For the floor area ratio, it's 60% under the CS district, 2.0 under the AHIP, and with this proposal, 4.42. Previously it was around 3.8 with that 44 unit project instead. And again, open space, 150 square feet per unit for CS, 50 for AHIP. This one is 31. Parking 1-to-1 for the underlying district, 0.75 for AHIP, and which is 42 and 32 for this proposal.
Okay, thanks. This is a very helpful slide. Thank you. And then I had a pretty specific question on packet page 15. So there's right above the table, which we know you've edited the table. But on packet page 15, it talks about, there's a sentence that says a 2-person household may qualify for such studio with a household income of up to 118,000 per year, which is 80% of AMI for a 2-person household. Is that sort of a typo? Would we have adjusted the numbers to 70% of AMI, or are we saying that if 2 people live in this unit, then we would change to an 80% AMI?
So what that's referring to more is tied to the persons per household. So you may qualify, as you can see on the screen, based on the persons per household, you may still be in a studio, for example, but you could have potentially up to 2 people who live there. And therefore we're looking at the second column in terms of how you determine the income qualification for those individuals. And for 1 bedrooms, the county housing authority potentially considers that there could be up to 4 people in a low income 1-bedroom unit or a moderate income low 1-bedroom unit. So they assume, potentially 2 people in a studio and potentially 4 people in a 1-bedroom. So you may consider something like, parents and kids that could qualify as multiple persons per household, but not necessarily mean a multiplicative income, for each individual.
All right, so
My question.
I can clarify.
Yeah.
This issue. So these units are going to be restricted to households that fall into the low income or moderate income categories, and those range, right? For low income, it's 50 to 80. So if you are anywhere in that 50 to 80 range as your household income, you qualify, but the rent will be limited at 70. So you could be making 80%, but you still pay the rent that's at 70. You could be making 55%, but you'd still pay the rent as if it were 70.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to confirm, just that we weren't shifting the 70%. So thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think that's it for I do have a question about the TDM. So there's a mention that if the TDM if based on the surveys, there are too many trips or cars, that penalties could be enacted, but it wasn't very specific about what those penalties would be. So what penalties would be enacted?
It's a good question. I think those typically are designed or created a little bit sort of further down the line once the project is approved. But they could be like financial penalties levied on the property owner to, try to encourage them to actually ensure that the practices that they have as a part of their TDM plan, like people are using their passes or other, is actually being done. But if you give me a little bit more time, I can look into that a little bit more and get back to you.
Okay. My only real experience with TDMs here, was one with Castellea, where there was the TDM also included the penalties, and as part of approving the project, the PTC looked at those penalties too. So that's something that we could encourage to happen between now and council, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have something more explicit.
Yes.
I think like you're talking about with Castellea, again, I'll raise my hand. I'm now the Castellea person that Amy's gone. Good and bad sometimes, but I know what you're talking about in terms of the level of detail to that extent. So, very different projects, obviously, but, we can have more explicit details built into the conditions of approval that say, if you fail to meet your objectives within, the first year or whatever, right? Here's the penalty and sort of add on to that.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. So I know Commissioner Templeton already, did you have more questions?
I had a follow-up.
Yeah, please.
I just have a follow-up on that one. That when we're talking about so normally where we've seen a TDM, it's where somebody is requesting a reduction in parking from code, right? And so, okay, how are you going to manage things so you don't overpark and burden the neighborhood? But this project, because of its PC nature, it doesn't actually have, or does it have a parking requirement itself?
No, the PC ordinance doesn't have explicit standards. We tie it from 1852, which is trying to draw that comparison like you saw in some other slides.
Right. Okay. And so I think that's an important distinction to make, because in a lot of projects where we're dealing with TDMs, aren't we looking at, we need to reduce traffic? This is a housing development where, people are going to live, and approximately 32 of them are going to have cars. Because I thought that the focus of this TDM was not so much, was to provide alternatives so that you wouldn't need to have a car. The passes to every unit, the 50, one bike spot per unit. And so I'm trying to figure out what there is, where you would get a penalty. And I guess if you like converted the bike parking to storage, maybe there would be a penalty there, or if you stop distributing the passes. But isn't this a little different than most TDMs where the penalty is if you don't reduce traffic as required in the TDM?
Yeah, it is in that sense a little bit different. I think, in terms of the ways that the TDM plan tries to express how successful it'll be, a lot of that's location based too, right? In this instance, we have the convenience of a VTA stop on sort of both sides of the street, right? North and southbound, and free parking, free passes included, which is a significant investment in the potential opportunity for residents to use that. In addition to unbundling parking. So those two items are sort of currently some of the more impactful elements for TDM plans that we've seen. And those are the ones that, our transportation staff are pushing, most people to do, where, again, a free pass is, I'll say myself, thank you, City of Palo Alto, allowing me to be able to commute from San Jose without having a car for the last 8 years.
So a follow-on question now because of that. My understanding, I understand what you're saying about it's not a zoning code required TDM, but my understanding is the applicant has put together this TDM understanding that there is a concern that neighbors in the neighborhood will be impacted, or quality of life for the residents will be impacted because they're not able to get around, or, because they're having to park 3 blocks away or whatever the case may be, and then walk in the dark. So that's part of the reason for the TDM. It's to make sure that this is a good development. So because it's a PC, we can put, if, for example, we were concerned about the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, we could place whatever restrictions we wanted to, correct?
Yes, you could. I think one of the things the applicant did note too is that at least on the immediate side streets, in the vicinity, there's no overnight parking allowed, right? And so
that's right.
Currently, at least, there's already a built-in protection in the immediate vicinity that's not going to happen. Other projects we've seen, there've been conditions added on where the individuals living in the project could not participate in the residential parking permit program, right?
Yeah.
So, there's other things that could be done there too.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? And do we want to go with a fresh round of comments? I mean, I know that, well.
I was going to ask if you guys are ready, because you guys asked all your questions.
Yeah, we haven't all made our comments, I don't think. And then Commissioner Suma has her hand up.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Suma?
Related to the TDM comments that were just being made, and I will say that the fact that there's no overnight parking right there only makes me more concerned for residents who might not be able to use a car or public transportation, that that two things will happen. They will be walking farther distances, possibly after dark when it's less desirable and safe, and also that it'll push it into the neighborhoods where, unless in the future, there is a residential parking permit program there. So it's kind of troubling that way. And I was wondering, actually, I just thought of this, and forgive me if this was addressed somewhere, but I was wondering if the PAUSD and the employees union, if they have data already on what percentage of their employees can come by, and it's not by public transportation, and maybe that isn't going to be relative because we're trying to provide new housing opportunities that would allow that to be their choice. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to imagine exactly how that's going to work out. And I also was missing the fact that I know for some, the bus stops really close in both directions, and the buses basically go up and down El Camino. And to get to the other side of the tracks, a lot of the times you have to go downtown and connect there. I'm just wondering for all the schools in the public school system, if anybody calculated the length of time it would take to commute on public transportation. Because I just don't think all teachers are going to be able to bike, and maybe not all employees. I just have this practical feeling that teachers are often carrying a lot of stuff. And there are cargo bikes and stuff, but you know, it's just, I don't know if we have any of that data. I didn't see it in the staff report.
Do we have any of that data?
I think since we're talking about giving them passes, I'm not sure, like, certainly who would do it after moving in would change significantly.
Possibly.
Go ahead.
Can I address the question?
Yeah, please.
In the original presentation, I don't think we actually did it here, and Isaiah, I think, briefly went over it, but there are 7 district schools that are along the El Camino corridor or the VTA traverses. Again, we're a couple hundred feet from a stop right in front of our parcel. And so the thinking is from the VTA, and I think 4 or 5 of them are within a half a mile of a VTA stop, and then 2 more are just beyond that, like within 2/3 of a mile. So it should be easily walkable from a VTA ride. Those schools could also be easily biked to if someone, the weather permitted and someone wanted to bike. And of course, we have an abundance of biking. So the analysis has been done. Again, it's 7 of, how many POSD schools are there? 14 or 13? So 13 elementary, 3 middle. Okay, so it's a little less than half of the schools are directly in that corridor that are served by the VTA. So again, 1,600 teachers, we're talking about 55 to put it in perspective.
Yes, thank you. I would just like I'm wondering how long it would take, for instance, to get to Ohlone School, which is
That's not one of the 7.
pretty far away. School, but I don't think we
My
know.
comment from the applicant was that it's not one of the 7 schools, but yeah, we don't know is the answer.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the tenants and them having access to safe and efficient ways to get to their jobs and conduct the rest of their lives without cars. That's my concern, but I'll leave it at that.
56% of the tenants will have cars or will have the option for cars because that's our parking ratio. So it's not no cars. It's not that no tenants will be able to drive to the schools. It's that for those other, 46% or 44%, potentially they could address their employment in the 7 other schools that are easily accessible from the VTA.
Thank you for that.
While we're on that topic, I had a question about, so for Mr. Sauls, for the transportation pass that Palo Alto offers for you, is that the Go Pass or is it just VTA?
It's just the Go Pass, so it's really just for
It
me.
includes the train.
It's only Caltrain.
Okay, does this pass include the train? No.
It would only be VTA.
Okay, yeah. And then my question for, I don't know if Mr. Matloff or somebody here from PAUSD would know, does PAUSD offer transit passes for teachers? No, is the answer. Okay.
Nor students, but they could.
There are some VTA passes for students.
Could you please speak into the microphone?
This is Meb Steiner, CSEA president. There are VTA passes that we do offer to some special ed students, and especially when they have their programs where they are out in the community. So those are available through the district. There is also a program for setting aside money to pre-tax for, transportation. That option is available. We also have both PAEA and CSEA were founding members with Manzanita Works, and they offer free Caltrain passes for our school employees.
Oh, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, and they are a wonderful partner as well. And Manzanita Works also does a lot of work with housing, transportation, all of these issues that we're kind of all dealing with.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
great news that
Yeah.
the Go Pass is included for, because yes, teachers if they don't have a car, they might want to go up to San Francisco on the weekend, right? So it's great news that they can on Caltrain. Thank you.
And our principal just recently put out, an announcement of that for the
Thanks.
Manzanita passes as well.
Great. Commissioner Suma, did you have comments or are you finished for now? You're on mute.
Yes, for now, thank you.
Okay. Then we're going to have Vice Chair Aiken and then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just accidentally triggered the light. To the applicants, thank you for the responsiveness to our concerns from last time around and to the creativity with which you've approached solving these problems. This is very much appreciated. I have a couple of concerns left, and the reason I saved them till the end is that I would propose a couple of conditions of approval to address them. Neither of these are onerous, but they do deserve some discussion, I think. The first one, predictably enough, is about parking. I suspect we will find that the project is underparked. But in the beginning, the TDM plan doesn't prevent parking elsewhere off-site. So I expect some residents will find it appropriate to park in Ventura, particularly in the early years of the project. That's complicated by the fact that the on-site parking is going to be a bit challenging to use, thanks to the puzzle system and the tight circulation in the drive path. And because parking is unbundled, there's a financial incentive to park elsewhere for free. We don't have a lot of tools to deal with underparked projects, but we need to start establishing precedents for how we do handle them. Ventura doesn't have an RPPP now, but as it gets more dense, as we expect, and we have to deal with more projects that may yet also be underparked, then it may develop one. If the residents of this project were able to use that, then it would eventually compromise both the TDM goals and our sustainability goals by allowing more driving than we anticipate now. So to address this, I think we have to recognize that it would be unfair to impose a constraint on the residents in the future without warning them in advance that this might happen. So I suggest a condition of approval, which this has already come up in public comment from Mr. Borak as well as casual conversations here, that we should state in advance that the residents of the project won't be eligible for new residential preferential parking permit programs nearby, and that they must be informed of this along with all the other TDM information before they actually rent a unit. I have more formal language for that if you'd like it, but that's the general gist. So any questions about that to start? Okay, the language I had suggested, and I thought about this fairly carefully to deal with some edge cases, so I'm going to read it to you. Residents of this project shall not be eligible for residential preferential parking permit programs that allow parking within 1/2 mile of the project. Residents should be informed of this along with other TDM information before renting a unit. And the distance constraint there is to allow cases where people have legitimate reasons for participating in parking permit programs elsewhere in the city. For instance, if they have a permit to deal with a parent or someone else who lives in a different neighborhood, I don't want to blanket eliminate their ability to participate in RPPs everywhere simply to use it at this particular project. So that's the rationale there. The second condition is about the ever popular discussion of affordability.
Did you want to discuss that with the commission before moving on?
Sure, we can do
or-
that. We can do
I
that in
don't know
order
how
if you
you want to
like.
do it, so I'm just asking because my memory's not as good as it used to
No,
be.
I think your suggestion is a good one. So
Okay.
please, let's do that.
So you're talking about restricting people who would reside in this structure from participating in a parking permit program that doesn't yet exist, that doesn't have any rules that we would be binding people who'd be creating that program in advance?
That's right.
Why?
Because if you don't act proactively in the beginning, you can never recover that.
But the program doesn't exist.
So
we could tell them they could, if a RPP comes into Ventura, you could be prevented from using it. I would be much more comfortable with that because that's correct. Whereas preventing them from something hypothetical that we're going to assume looks like this, we don't know yet what it looks like.
yeah, so what's driving this comment is, and I've mentioned this in the past, but I'll bring it up again. There was a bill introduced this past year at the state level called SBA 34. And what it did was to say that within AB 2097 areas, everyone is prohibited from using residential parking permit programs. And the rationale for that is pretty much what I've outlined here, that you want to encourage people not to drive. You don't want to provide a loophole that not only exports parking impacts elsewhere, but also compromises your sustainability goals.
So you want to hinge approval of this project on a hypothetical bill that might come in the future that might affect hypothetical RPPs?
No, not, I'm suggesting.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time following this.
Yeah, I'm suggesting I mentioned the bill to describe the rationale. We may yet see that come before us again, but the concern for us now is that you don't want to sabotage your sustainability goals. And
I don't want to be accused of sabotaging anything.
Yeah.
So that's not, but I don't want to sabotage this project either.
Oh, I don't think it will. And that's the point. If you believe that we have adequate parking in the project and that the TDM provisions are sufficient, that no one will need to drive, then this will have no effect on anyone living in the project. This only has effect if those assumptions turn out to be untrue.
It also is pretty excessive micromanaging and outside the scope of this project. Like RPP is not like, for Ventura is not in this. It seems like far-fetched to me as a condition of approval. I love the idea of
I feel like things are
expanding-
getting rather heated here.
No.
No, this
I'm
is a
sorry,
fair.
I did not feel like
This is a
anything
fair.
aggressive
This is a
was
fair
happening.
point.
It was just discussion.
Yeah, it's anticipating in order to prevent a problem from happening in the future.
Okay.
So, sorry, Chair.
So, Mr. Yang just popped on, so I want to hear what Mr. Yang has to say.
Okay, so I was just going to comment that we cannot, under state law as it currently exists, we can't exclude a project from an RPP if it's within the RPP boundaries. Like we can't say, oh, everyone around you can participate in the RPP, but you who are in the middle of this district cannot. We can draw the boundaries to end short of that project, but we can't just say, this if there's a project that's in the middle of the RPP zone that it's excluded. I don't know if that'll help the conversation.
So are you saying that Commissioner Aiken's proposal would not be legal?
Well, it really depends on how the RPP, the future RPP, is drawn up, right? Like it's okay. We could say like we'll draw the boundaries around you, but we can't say if the zone surrounds you on all sides, you are excluded.
That is the point I was trying to get at. We can't do it there. this way without doing that whole project of the RPP for Ventura. It doesn't work.
Okay, so I think that's fair. So if the condition were to be applied, then the form it would take would be that this project would not participate in an RPP boundary, would not be within an RPP boundary.
And warning them ahead of time is perfectly acceptable. I think that's correct. And we may need to tell staff, and they would, whenever and if ever they worked on an RPP for Ventura, they would have this little note from this project. And I'm totally supportive of that.
And I'm perfectly happy with that formulation too.
Thank you for working together on that.
Okay.
Commissioner Suma had her hand up, I think, in response to this suggestion from Commissioner Aiken and the discussion, correct?
Yes, I fully support it, and with the nuance and clarification added by our city attorney. And I will just mention very briefly that I believe a similar thing was done for the workforce housing building that is on the corner of El Camino and Page Mill.
Okay.
If I recall correctly. And so I think that, and to say a little further, we want these projects that are underparked by our traditional standards to succeed for everybody, but including the tenants that live there. So I think that the best way we're going to do that in what is still, regardless of how you feel about it, a vehicle-driven sort of area, the best way to do that is to find people that that are able to live that way and that will want to continue to live that way as far as they're renting in this facility. So I think it's a really smart thing to do because it encourages people who would like to have that lifestyle to live in this building. And I get really worried when people have to park too far away, especially for women and people with disabilities and people with young children. And I do note that people are, because of the cost of housing, living with much denser, whether it's anticipated or not, numbers of family members in studios and one bedrooms. And so I just think it's a smart thing to do and I fully support it.
Commissioner Heckman. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
So I get, I'm a little concerned about sort of laying this limitation today on a future district that we haven't designed. And I worry about what the parameters of that district might be. And are we going to have this little island? Is the nearest parking district that gets created 6 years from now, going to be this area? And there are these islands that are inside of it, closer than other places, but can't participate. And so I'm really concerned about unintended consequences. But you made me think of sort of a more direct approach to this. I mean, the concern is if I'm renting there, we don't want my car to burden the neighborhood, right? We have 32 parking spaces. They're unbundled. So what I'm wondering is, and while I don't know how successful in the long run we're going to be in getting people out of their cars and with no cars and just bikes and buses, but I believe we'll be somewhat successful. I believe in that 55 unit development, there's going to be some number that don't have cars. And so what I was wondering about is whether it would work we minimize the negative impact by ensuring that the 32 people in that unit, in that building who have cars, have those parking spaces. Because then we're only dealing with 23 other units, some part of which will not have cars, right? That'll be the group that is biking and busing. And then it's a smaller number of cars where people are finding some other place to park, which we can't again, I don't want to prohibit. I don't want to make those people park in the next RPP over because we've said you can't park in the closest RPP. So what I'm wondering is a more modest approach that would basically, and again, I'd like to hear from Mr. Yang on this, whether it's doable, and from the applicant, whether it's palatable. Just say, if you're renting here, you have to declare whether you have a car that you'll be using here, not stored in a garage in Alabama. And if so, and there's a space available, you have to take the space. If there's no space available, then you're actually going to want to know that when you come to rent with your car, and right, so then you aren't compelled to rent. So that's a concept that might be alternative. It doesn't get us 100% of the where you wanted to go, but it gets us, I think, a long ways toward it.
And I'll add, before we move on from this, that people, well, if people are really looking for a place to park, they can also park across El Camino and Barron Park. So it's hard. It's pretty hard. I still support Vice Chair Aiken's idea.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I framed it the way I did originally was precisely that limiting it to Ventura might not be sufficient, that it could go over into Barron Park. But I'm less worried about that because I think there's sufficient distance from the project that should be minimal.
Sorry, I'd like to comment on this topic, if that's okay, because I haven't yet.
We were talking about this one now.
No, so my concern globally on this part with respect to parking is that the project is underparked. Because when I look at, now I don't know, that's just my suspicion, but when we were doing work on the retail ad hoc, we had retailers and landlords say, like, we need the parking because this is a car-driven society. Now, that's not to say that some percentage, hopefully, because parking is limited in this development, it will attract people who don't need a car. But I don't want the incentive to be what we've seen happen at Stanford, where, people choose not to buy the Stanford parking pass for a couple $100s and then park in the neighborhoods. And because I think, at least my suspicion is that we don't have enough parking for this. And when I went to do the visit today, the vast majority of Lambert actually has no parking from 11 to 5, which means that if anybody came to the unit and the first 32 spaces were occupied, they would have to park somewhere else in the neighborhood. Similarly, across the street, immediately across the street at least, there's also no parking anytime signs there in the office building, on the streets there. So I like Commissioner Aiken's suggestion, because if this isn't underparked, then we don't have there's no problem. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Because one of my big concerns is, okay, so if you don't have a car, how are you going to get around? And later on, after Commissioner Aiken has finished his other point, I do have my own suggestion about the bike parking for this unit to make sure that people can get around. The people who live there can get around. But so those are my thoughts on Commissioner Aiken's proposal and Commissioner Heckman's proposal. And then I think you had something on Commissioner Heckman's proposal too, correct?
Yeah, I don't get it at all. I'm sorry. I know you have many creative ideas. This one, I feel like we're being pretty heavy-handed with how we're approaching this. As far as whether there's enough parking in that, time will tell, but the laws say they're fine, and we have notified where we anticipate the issue to be, right? We've agreed that we would notify tenants that if a RPP comes into this neighborhood, you're probably not going to get.
I'm just trying to understand what you mean by the laws say that they're fine, because there's no
Staff
zone.
said that this is not underparked, that this meets all the requirements we have about
That's
parking.
not what staff said. They're short on a few parking spaces, is my understanding. I could be wrong, though. Maybe staff could clarify on that.
In
I mean,
terms of it
there's no
in
zone
terms of
here.
blocking the building, it can be built.
There's no parking requirement here. So the parking requirement is whatever we want it to be. If we're going to do.
Well, the parking requirement in terms of what's required in order to build has been satisfied. We are anticipating that it's not sufficient and that we want to make sure residents know. And that's why I
don't think
supported what Mr.
I'm sorry, I
Aiken
just
said.
not understanding what you said by the parking requirement in terms of what's required to build. There is no parking requirement for what's
That's right.
required.
It's been satisfied. There's no number to meet.
Right.
That's right.
Right. No, that makes sense.
So,
But
when what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, and we're anticipating future problems because we think that it may need more parking than is being built, right?
Yes.
So the proposal by Vice Chair Aiken is to note as part of our approval requirements to say that they will notify the residents that it could be future RPPs adjacent to this property that you can't be in. It's just a note. It's a courtesy notification. It makes sense because that gives us time to build a new one. And the other thing that I was going to try and say closer to when you said it, and I apologize for getting too excited, was there's no way they can park in Barron Park. It's full of Stanford people. Stanford cars. So just a joke. Sorry. I'm a Barron Park neighbor and a former Ventura resident. So I just feel really personal about all this.
Okay. So we've discussed that proposal, but I know that Commissioner Aiken had like a part two. So let's go there.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this one will be a little bit easier to deal with. So we've had quite a discussion about what constitutes affordability, and we've had, I think, consensus on the definition that happens to be the same one used by the city and by HUD. So I went through and worked the numbers for the four categories of income and unit configuration. And as Commissioner Suma noted, we don't really have the critical information we need, which is how many POSD employees fall within given income categories, but we can make some general conclusions based on the income categories alone. And one of the conclusions that the numbers lead me to make is that we are likely to have fewer people who are both eligible, for these units and who can afford them than we're anticipating. Now, I don't suggest that justifies changing the project in any way, but I think what it justifies is for future decision makers who are faced with the kind of uncertainty that we're facing right now, we need to gather information for them. And so the second condition of approval that I'd like to propose is that annually, perhaps along with the TDM report, that the property manager produce a list of how many POSD employees are in the development and in what type of unit. So the goal here is to simply gather the information so that future decisions can be informed. Whereas we're running blind here on this particular project. So I think that's manageably easy to do, and hopefully will buy us some information we can use for the next such project.
That's a great idea.
Yes, it's a great idea. I had the same note. Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, question on that. My memory from when this was in front of us in April is while while the applicant has secured these arrangements with the educational community, that's not part of our approval. And I want to, that we're not requiring, for example, that the local educational community be given priority. Is my memory correct? And if so, has that changed in the project from April to now?
Your memory is correct and it has not changed.
Okay. So given that, I mean, and I think there were some reasons for that maybe Mr. Yang can talk about, but given that we are not requiring it, I'm wondering if there's a concern about now connecting ourselves to that private arrangement by requesting this data.
I think that's a great question, because one of the conditions of approval that I was going to suggest was that we make that actually explicit. So I had asked staff about it offline. The question that I had asked was, can we add to the condition, like if this is really teacher housing, and that's kind of how it's been talked about in the community. I mean, we had all these, almost every single one of our speakers tonight was either part of PAEA or the Classified Employees Union. And so I was wondering if it was possible to say that right of first refusal must be given. And the answer that staff gave me was that that is usually something that would be worked out between the applicant and the housing administrator, which is Alta. But for me, I think it would be important to, again, this is not it must go to teachers. It's that the PAEA and CSEA must be given those members must be given right of first refusal within a particular time frame, the way that this would have been. Anyways, yes, go ahead, Mr. Matloff.
Maybe, sorry. In the interest of time, I can short circuit this. I'm happy to agree to, I think what I heard you say is just an annual accounting for how many teachers are in the building. Totally fine. I'm fine with that. Do you want some color on it? Or should I just shut up and sit down?
Great.
Okay.
But what about the second question, which is, would you be open to including in the conditions of approval that these affordable unit, like right of first refusal, would be given to the?
Okay, that's a second. So now it's more complicated. Okay. So let me give you the full. There is two bilateral agreements. One is going to be the regulatory agreement with the city that will deed restrict us to the particular affordable rents. And then there's a second agreement that already exists, and Terry and Meb can speak to this. That is an agreement between us and them, exactly how we will manage this right of first refusal that they will have for 2 weeks. There's a prioritization, there's a process. We're going to manage it with a Google document. There's a whole thing that we've agreed to. The reason why we're not crossing those trains is because we don't want, they don't want, and we don't want, and I don't want, and I don't think the city wants to have 3 parties in the regulatory agreement. They don't.
No, agreed, but can't we just reference that agreement?
Not as a condition.
As a condition of approval.
So I'm happy to assert and I mean, I don't know if they as presidents can maybe participate in that, but if it's going to have to be part of a regulatory agreement, then they have to get their lawyers involved. They have to get their membership to vote. It's a really complicated thing that they don't want, and I don't want, and I don't think the city lawyers want. So now let me tell you why I hope that you won't think that there's any reason to be concerned, and it is this. We will be bound to rent at $1 or whatever the rent is to anyone. I have zero incentive to rent to anyone else in the world except for our teachers. So why would I lie to my community that I live in for no benefit to do that? There's no economic motive at all. So I hope that, objectively we can agree that since there's no motive, there's no economic benefit that can be derived, there's no need for that. So, but coming back to your point, Commissioner Aiken, I'm happy to provide an annual accounting to that.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that'll help understand what the dynamics of demand really are. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, did you have a comment about Commissioner Aiken's proposal? I just don't want to,
Yes.
not your own new one because Commissioner Heckman's in front of you in line for that.
No. I was just
Awesome.
commenting on the conditions that Vice Chair Aiken. I would go along with that condition also. And I will tell you my thinking behind it is that this project has been positioned as a teacher project and has garnered wide support in the city because of that. And there's a lot of unknowns in this and how it's going to work. And I think, you know, the most we can learn from it and how this is actually serving our PAUSD community is very important. So I think that's, and the applicant has also agreed to it. So I think both these conditions are important.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Aiken, does that wrap it for your kind of first round of comments here?
In fact, that's all of them. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so Commissioner Heckman.
All right, so my comments. So this is an improved project from what was a very good project when it came to us in April. It now has 11 more affordable units. It has 6 more low-income units at 70% rather than 80%, which incidentally is proportionately a larger proportion of the overall unit count than the prior project, which was 20% low. This is 25% low. And it gives us 9 more moderate units. They have increased the open space. The roof looks a lot better now by more than 50%, 1,700 square feet of open space, which is, that's a good size. And they've disproportionately found a way to increase the parking. So there's a lot to like here. This is, these affordable, 100% affordable projects are rare. And when you have one that is unsubsidized for profit, those are extraordinarily rare. And the fact that we have somebody who lives in our community who has the guts to try to pull it off is admirable because it's a challenge. And I appreciate the work that the applicant has done to find a way to make it work, to hear our comments and those of ARB and council, synthesize all that, and still find a way to go forward with this project. I think the project itself is a really good scale, right? It's a small lot, and so it's a small development, 55 units. It's a high density count, but it's in this kind of manageable cube. It's less than 85 feet along El Camino, where we are going to 85 feet in a lot of locations. So this is a good place for it. And it's more than 500 feet from any residential district. So that ameliorates the height concern we would normally have. So these are all, I think, positives about this new version of the project. In terms of calculating the rent, I mean, honestly, that I don't believe is the job of the PTC. I think that is a function of qualified staff applying state law and local law to arrive at a definitive number, which is formulaic. There's no guesswork there. And so I don't think that we should really spend much time concerning ourselves about those numbers. It's the percentages. It's the categories of low and moderate. It's the percentages of 70 and 110 that are relevant, I think, to our discussion. The educational community priority is wonderful, but as I said back in April, that really doesn't affect my opinion about this project. This is an excellent project whether there's ever one educator that resides there or not, and I'm expecting it to be full of educators and educational staff members. Because in our community, we need 14 more units that are either studios that rent at $22.59 or one bedrooms at $25.82, and that's with the utility allowance. And we need 41 more moderate units that rent at $35.48 or for a one bedroom $40.56 with the utility allowance. We need those things within our community, whether they are going to serve teachers or not. Here, I believe that it's clear that they are, and frankly, as Mr. Matloff said, this is not really a one-off project for him. He has a reputation not only within this community, but outside this community to consider, and if he ever wanted to do another project and thought he could be clever and promise to deliver this benefit to our teachers and then stiff them, he'd be done, right? He would never see the inside of a council chamber along the peninsula again. And so I don't worry about that. That's not going to happen. I think, this is a concept that was, conceived by him. And it seems to me that it's in some senses a passion play, and I'm expecting him to carry through with it. So I am clearly supportive of this project. I'm okay with both of Vice Chair Aiken's conditions, at least the last of which we've heard from the applicant is acceptable to them. I've got a few minor cleanup items, which maybe I'll cover later in the land use action resolution. Thank you.
Okay, since there aren't any lights right now, I'm going to go with my comments. So I echo what Commissioner Heckman has said about a lot of the positives of this program, this project. So I am really glad that at least there's no single family home neighborhood right there that's impacted, that it's on El Camino, that it's walkable to Caltrain, that the parking is unbundled, that it's many units of housing. That's wonderful, that there's no additional funding required. But this is where I also think it's a beautiful building. I like what you did with the rooftop. So thank you for that and for making it bigger, the rooftop area. So I don't have any objection to the height or density in and of itself. My concerns around it are around two particular areas. And oh, by the way, with respect to the comment I made earlier about if there's a way to codify that PAEA and CSEA get the right of first refusal, that wasn't meant at all to impute on Mr. Matloff's integrity. It's just that our community has seen that sometimes when things are sold, right, the next owner has different motivations. And so that was sort of my concern. Also, this is something that I'm hoping that we will address in our conditions of approval potentially, is sort of the length of deed restriction. So I would just like us to say explicitly that it's the life of the building. That's what I would like to say. And it sounds like that's consistent with what Mr. Matloff is planning. But my concern is primarily around two areas, and it remains. So the first one is the parking. I'm pretty skeptical of how you actually measure parking impacts, because how would one know if, with counts in the middle of the night, like which cars in the neighborhood are actually associated with the with this development. And so I don't know if there's a way to do it based on, say, car registrations at the DMV or something like. I don't know, but that would make me feel a lot better. But I actually think that the suggestion by Vice Chair Aiken, to the extent that we can find good wording for essentially saying that these, we're expecting that the residents in this building will not be taking part in RPPP, that would also solve my concern. My second, so related to the transportation concern. Okay, so let's say somebody lives there and doesn't have a car. They still need to get around. The VTA pass is a good start, but I mean, there's gun students all the time who can't get to school. In fact, that's one of the issues right now. Because VTA routes change, right? So what we really need, and Palo Alto is great for this, is bikes. But what I'm seeing here is what I would love to see is if we could make up the difference in parking spaces, right? Like if we're saying that every unit normally in a different development would be asked to have a parking space or a 0.75 of a parking space. Like I'd love it if every unit could have, you know, if it were really 55 parking spaces, that difference between 32 and 55 could be made up somehow in terms of bike spaces. Because if there's a one bedroom that doesn't have a parking space, that's two, and two people are living there, they need two bike spaces. Where are they going to put the bike space? It's a 500 square foot unit. And so I don't know if there's a creative way to maybe there's an elevator, maybe we can have some more. I know the bike parking has really been packed in there, but maybe there's a way to put bike parking on the roof, so, you know, like somewhere else for people to store their bicycles, because that's what we really want to encourage. And we know that teachers or whoever lives there, you know, may want to, like teachers sometimes need to go from site to site within a set amount of time. VTA might make it difficult, but like right now from my house, it's faster to get to Gun on a bicycle than it is in any other mode of transportation. And so that's one of the things that I wonder if it's possible. If there's any place else that we can put bikes, I would love to see that. Yeah, sure, please. You know, so if we're not going to do the 55 parking spaces, maybe let's.
Yeah. First of all, your point's not a bad one. What I would say is, like with parking, I don't think all units will have bikes. So a car owning person very well might not likely have a bike, in which case there would be spare spots. The second more practical thing is we have packed, I mean, this is the tightest. Isaiah hates me because we have packed so much parking and bicycle parking and trash, and it's the smallest footprint to get so much in. So, but I do think my first point is, I really don't believe everybody's going to have a bike. The car owners are not commonly, like in my other buildings elsewhere, it's usually one or the other. They don't typically have both. So anyway.
So the bikes also, I mean, a commissioner earlier had mentioned, like teachers often are schlepping a lot of stuff. Like I would see the teachers at Hoover rolling in this, like, you know, they had like a roller bag that they brought to and from school. And so, you know, the bike parking right now wouldn't work for a cargo bike. Is that correct? Like from what I looked at the plans.
Our current standards don't build in a difference, right, between for normal or cargo bike.
No, I understand. I'm just asking
a plan for that.
I'm just asking a question about where, like, there's no ability to park one, right? They'd have to put it right now in their unit. Please come speak in the mic so that it's for the recordings and for anybody listening.
I think they would easily accommodate baskets and the side panniers or whatever they're called.
Right.
If you're talking about those long cargo things that you put multiple kids in, no, they wouldn't.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
One other comment, the cargo bikes come in thousands of different styles. Some may fit, others won't. And I guess the one other thing I'd add, like I have an adult son who still doesn't have his license, doesn't want a license, and he doesn't bike, he doesn't take the bus, but it's far, far cheaper for him to take Uber and Lyft around all the time than to pay for a car ownership, the insurance, repairs and all that. So there are other modes as well that we're not talking about here.
Sure, I know. It's just Palo Alto is so proud of its ability to, of its wonderful bike paths, and people like living here. It's a great community because it's so bikeable. So That's why I was asking about that. So it doesn't sound like it's not feasible. So is it not feasible to put anything on the roof in terms of storage? Bike storage?
So, up on the roof, we've expanded the open space, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
We have already gone through a lot of design development. The rest of the roof, we're trying to make room for as many solar panels as we can get up there as well. And we have also, mechanical equipment requirements. And I could say we definitely, I'd love to fit 5 more bikes in there, somewhere 20 more bikes, but it is really, I don't think we could fit 1 more bike in there, or we would have.
Okay, not under the solar panels?
I say that as someone who bikes all the time. I bike to work. That's my mode of transportation. I love what you're saying about Palo Alto. We'd love to fit more bikes in there. It's just sort of that balance. We also need to fit the cars. If we took all the cars out, we could fit a lot more bikes, but we're trying to balance, find that proper balance between providing as much affordable housing. Every unit that we can get is an affordable unit. So we're trying to get that unit count. We even talked about, could we get another floor of units? Well, no, it would drive the cost through the roof, because we'd have a whole floor of concrete units, right? But it's that balance between really wanting to maximize, every unit we can get, provides affordable housing for another household, and as many cars to make to provide as much as we can, and as many bikes, and we sort of, hit the limit of the site for, balancing all of these competing interests.
Yeah, no, it's a small site, and I worry that it's like trying to do a little too much in that footprint. So that kind of so my other bigger concern still remains the affordability. Like, I think the 70% AMI units are fantastic. Like, that's definitely below market. Market as defined by what you can just find like online, right? Not market as defined by the state, because there's a difference between what is affordable by state definition versus what, as Mr. Matloff pointed out, what people might actually be paying, and also for what is kind of practically affordable. Because when I speak to members of the public about affordable housing, and then I say $4,000 for a 1-bedroom or $3,800 for a 1-bedroom, people's jaw drops, and that's not what they were thinking of in terms of affordability. So my concern is that I did a little bit of research on, the much maligned Palomino, and looked at what they were charging right now for vacancies that they have. And so that project for a 1-bedroom charges, where did I write it down here? I'll have to look that up in a second. But at any rate, I also looked at what you can get a studio for. Now, granted, this is a new studio. I do understand that difference, but out of 6 studios available in Palo Alto right now, the average rent is $25.38. And out of 41 1-bedrooms, the average rent is $34.24. So that's like below the price that it would be, the rent right now that we're proposing for the 110% of AMI. Now, I understand that this is affordable according to the state definition, but practically speaking, it's really market rate. And this is a discussion that I know City Council has had for many years now, and has even City Council has talked about revising our local ordinances to kind of reflect that. And where this project, it's not so much that this project gives me heartburn, because if it were market rate, it wouldn't give me heartburn, ironically, because I want affordable housing. But where it gives me heartburn is that while we're saying that there's no funding being provided, there actually is a substantial amount of subsidy that's occurring because 100% affordable developments in Palo Alto have 100% of their impact fees waived. And I was emailing staff earlier today. For this project, the total amount of impact fees that's being waived is over $4 million. Now, it makes sense to waive those fees for sure for the 70% of AMI units. But then for the remainder that are effectively market rate, what we're doing is the city's losing, if you take the development fee and you say 75% of it is effectively market rate, this is how I'm thinking about it. That's $3 million of subsidy that the city is putting in to effectively get market rate housing, like the same rents as you can get a 1-bedroom for elsewhere in the city. And just of note, that for the 1-bedroom units that were south of Oregon Expressway, they were all under $2,500 a month. And the majority of them were much larger. Now, again, I know that they were older, but they weren't. I went and peeked into them. They were not ancient units. And so my concern is that I have a hard time telling my neighbor that I'm going to effectively subsidize these 1-bedroom units, but you neighbor are all, I'm going to subsidize this market rate housing, but you neighbor who are also paying market rate housing, I'm not going to subsidize that. And so ultimately, I went into a really deep rabbit hole on this and couldn't sleep last night because I was kind of like, how do I think about this and what's the right thing to do? I looked at Wilton Court. The city contributed $6 million for 49 units that were much more deeply affordable. And for the teacher housing project at 251 Grant, the city contributed $3 million. The district contributed $1.45 million. So a cumulative $4.45 million for 29 units. Well, again, larger units, deeper affordability. And so the challenge here is that while these units are affordable, they're 500 square feet. They're very small units. And the market rate commanded for those units is less in many cases. And so that's my concern with this project. Okay, so go ahead, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Sumo was before you, and then we'll go to Commissioner Templin, unless you want to respond to what I was saying. Okay, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you so much. And I want to start out by thanking the applicant for his hard work here and the staff for assisting him and understanding, and all the public speakers and public writers, understanding that the project took longer because of the changes and just not because anybody did anything wrong. And then, and this is a hard project for me because I have no problems with height. I have the same problems that our chair just expressed, and it makes it, and I don't think the applicant created these problems. I think that the city has been too slow to reevaluate some of the way some of our affordable housing policies. And to me, the loss of the impact fees and I agree, the 70% affordability is wonderful, but regular sort of funded affordable housing projects have much deeper level of affordability, as Chair just mentioned. And these are going to be more expensive than, I'm surprised I didn't see you in that rabbit hole last night, because I was there too. Because we get these projects, and the Palomino is a good example. Now, the Palomino is a totally different project at much higher AMIs and didn't result in affordability. So I believe the director of planning has decided that it would be best to abandon that zoning, which was called workforce zoning. I really want to support this project, but it's really hard for me given all the competing apartments that cost a lot less and don't have the challenges that this will. And the applicant himself said, this is a really, really dense project. I have no problems with that at all. I think it's an appropriate place. I think the location is good for this, but I think it's going to create impacts that are going to be impossible to really mitigate. And I want also these units to be really successful for the tenants of the building. I love that the open space on the roof got bigger. I think that's the only open space on the project. I'm really happy that the situation with the neighbor was resolved. And I really want to serve the community at that serves us in our school system. That said, I also looked at the county project in Grant, and it's got a very different model because it really, really is restricted to only people working in the schools, teachers and other types of workers that are part of the other union. And so I think it goes to I think it accommodates even higher levels of affordability to really serve that community. So I'm kind of struggling with how this building is going to be successful. And I want it to be, especially given that we need new models for creating affordability. I find the trade-off too steep, perhaps, however. And one of the problems for me, and I know we've brought this up over the years, and it's something I wish I could have effected change on before my second term on this body was over, which will be soon. Too soon for me, but probably there's some members of the community it won't be too soon for. And that is that it is very hard for us to evaluate the value of, say, jumping from 0.6 FAR, which would be the underlying, to an 2.0 for affordable, and then this being 4.5 to round number it off. And we have no concept of the value of that to the project and how to compare it to the loss of impact fees. And that is troubling to me. So I just wanted to mention that, and that is not the applicant's fault. It's the way that we do business, which I have tried to change. And also, I think, I can't quite figure this out, but the higher affordabilities, and maybe it's anything above 80, which is typically affordable projects are 30 to 60 or 80 AMI. The cost of building and land probably is so much now that the new units at the high income levels are really, really market rate and even more than what people can get, and typically smaller units. And so I'm just parroting what the chair said. So I do have problems and I don't see how to fix them. I do like the conditions that were suggested by Vice Chair Aiken. I think those will help, but I don't see how to totally fix the problems. And I wish we had more information on the specific demographics. How many dual incomes? Are there teachers with dual incomes? Because there are a lot of teachers that work during the summer months. There was a lot that wasn't information I really needed that wasn't in the staff report. And it's not anyone's particular fault, except maybe our own in a community, for not addressing the lack of help that the higher anything, maybe it's 80, maybe it's 100 to 120, that those are basically market value, but more expensive and offering less of what people need to live. And I wouldn't even say amenities, but just things people need, like places to put their bikes and vehicles, and have a little outdoor space to themselves. And so because of the cost of housing and the totally reasonable desire of applicants to make money, they have to make money, we're not getting places that I think will offer as many opportunities for people to live well in our community like we want them to now. So it's really troubling, but then this is also an opportunity to explore a new type of affordability that doesn't have the complicated a financing structure. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. And I think these comments are all very interesting, so I appreciate what everybody's sharing. Mr. Sauls, I want to dig in a little bit on some of the comments I heard tonight. Can you tell me why the impact fees were waived?
So the impact fees would be waived based on what our code allows for, which identifies that a project that is 100% restricted as affordable units don't have to pay impact fees. The housing in lieu impact fee, which would be the case for a rental project like this, where there's not an inclusionary requirement already, and vice versa. So
what do we think is the reason that is how our city laws are structured?
To opine a little bit, and I'm sure the assistant director would rather prefer answering this, but I would imagine the intention is to provide a strong incentive and draw people in to say, do you want to pay $4 million in impact fees for a 20% or 25% affordable housing, inclusionary requirement, or do a little bit extra because of the time that a unit will be restricted for is different than one that's sort of just sitting within the market.
That makes a lot of sense to me. And, do we think that the people who made those changes to our codes did so with the understanding that $4 million would be worth it? Like, do we have to justify on a per project basis, or is the fact we're building 100% affordable housing projects seemingly sufficient?
We don't need to justify it because it's currently written into the zoning code as a requirement or an allowance, excuse
And
me.
it was justified at the time that was adopted.
That makes sense. And it seems like that's the fair thing to do with the applicant because that is what the laws are. And as much as we might want to not have to have those trade-offs, that's currently the rules of the game at present. And so I don't want to conflate the issues. One, we should consider what kind of changes to make to have better incentives and not quote unquote cost the city. But on the other hand, we're evaluating this project here and now, and these are the rules we're playing with. And I think about the other projects. It's really good that we have these different kind of projects that are targeted to different low-income communities. So, some are for people with disabilities and some are for other communities. Here, we're talking about a project that's targeting people that work in our school district. I'm comfortable with that. Thinking about what Commissioner Suma said, we are not getting enough places to live well, I believe is the words that she used. And I agree. And I think it's a costly proposal to engage with us, with all your staff, whoever the applicant may bring with them, to do all the iterations, to meet with our city staff, to meet with commissions. It's very costly. And that is really a disincentive. So it's good that we have incentives. We also have to be cautious that when we have something in front of us that has a lot of things that we're looking for, to understand what it means if we continue the process longer. I used to live, before I moved here 20 years ago, I lived in Germany in a small city. And I learned this concept because there's a lot of farmers around. And there's a mythical animal in Germany called the eierlegende Wollmilchsau. And I don't know if you guys know German or not, but it means the egg-laying, wool-growing, milk-providing sow for bacon. So you get all of these things from one animal. And it's interesting that we are talking about how we already almost even have too much stuff in this project, to wanting more in this project. And I keep thinking about this mythical animal. I really do wish it could do everything. I wish you could have all the bike parking and all the car parking and all the affordable units that were even cheaper. But I know that's not physically possible. We have constraints in this world that we have to live with. And the best part of this discussion for me is seeing how we are all united on trying to get projects like this better. And we have made a huge amount of improvements in what we were originally looking at and what we're seeing now. And I think we need to take the W and move forward with what we've got. It's not perfect, doesn't have to be perfect. It is a bird in the hand. So I think I would love to see if now is a good time for us to make our motion. Is that okay? Anyone else want to do more discussion, or can I go ahead and make a motion?
Are there more? I don't see any lights.
Okay, I would like to move the staff recommendation with 2 additional requirements from the applicant. Number 1 being to add information to the lease agreements that states that should RPPs be added to the area, they may not be eligible in the future. We don't know, whatever the subjunctive version of that, if I'm not using the right legal verb there. And then the second one being to request that the applicant provide us an updated report on a regular basis of, what did you say, annual?
I said annual because they're already preparing a TDM report annually. It seems
There you
like
go.
a
Perfect.
good idea to
Along the
lump
same
them together.
schedule. I like that. Of the number of employees and, yeah,
I would say
people affiliated with PAUSD.
the number of PAUSD employees and the type of unit in which they reside.
That'd be a
So we
very
can see-
interesting report. So I
Right.
would add that to the motion.
If it's helpful, I am trying to just sort of distill all of this onto the screen. So if there are ways
Oh,
you
wow.
can smith that even as you're speaking, that would be helpful
You're
too.
never going to spell Ireland into Bloomingdale.
I'm going to try.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Apologies to the transcriptioners. Okay, so was there anything else that we wanted to add in here?
Well, I think there was something about the term of the deed restriction, that it should be for the life of the development.
I think that was something that was going to be negotiated with the director, but we can leave comments about that. I don't know if it's part of the motion.
So, Mr. Sauls, the construction of the first condition is almost right. The residents should be notified that should RPPs be added to the area, they may be excluded. You don't want to wait until the RPPs are added.
Correct.
The whole point is to have it done in advance.
It's so entrancing to watch this happen in real time. You don't even have to say likely. I would say just may. Likelihood will be determined in the future. And then analog representation.
And now you can eliminate should RPPs be added at the beginning.
Perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair. All right.
Motion?
Yes.
So do you need a second?
Second.
So with that motion on the table, is there further discussion? Okay.
I guess I just want to say that I feel like every one of us has been part of this moving forward and improving since we saw it in April. And even tonight, we've had some good discussion and good changes. And I hope that this is reflective of what people have asked for, and hope you'll support it. Thank you.
I don't see a light, so I would like to make a friendly amendment, but doesn't sound like it'll be accepted. So the amendment that I would like to make is that the deed restriction would be for the life of the building.
Can staff clarify? I thought that this was something the director was going to work out with the applicant.
That is what we've had conversations with them about, and to be a little bit more specific, when we say the life of the building, it would be helpful to know what that means, because we have a lot of homes in Palo Alto that are over 100 years old, and the span we usually look at is 55 to 99.
55.
When is staff planning to have this conversation with the applicant? Is it before it goes to council?
It's usually a part of the regulatory agreement, which is noted in condition of approval number 14, I believe, on page 30, packet page 35.
But it would be after approval by council.
It would be right before building permit issuance. So after council approval.
So the reason why I feel strongly about this amendment is because this is a brave new world. And thank you, Mr. Matloff, for taking us to that brave new world. But normally when we have affordable housing, it's either inclusionary or it is where there's like other funding sources that specify. And so we talk about deed restricted in perpetuity, but, or at least that's the expectation, but it's unclear what that actually means. And because this is a Brave New World project, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving it without knowing what it is that I'm approving.
Isn't he the funder? Isn't he the funder who's specifying what he wants to use it for? What am I missing here?
Well, right, but he is the funder, and the whole thing is that we are also the funder in the form of our, like we say if something's affordable. However, we haven't, as a city, defined, like there's vague definitions, but it's unclear. This is a gray area. And usually the reason why we haven't had to really deal with this before is because there's usually financing that specifies that if you're going to receive this financing, it needs to be deed restricted. And so again, I'm not trying to say anything about Mr. Matloff's intentions. Like I trust Mr. Matloff, but we don't know what's going to happen to this project in the future. It could be sold to a totally different owner. And so that's why I want to just make sure that there's like that this is a long-term restriction, like as was sort of the spirit of the law when we discuss affordable housing.
So,
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, so I as the seconder of the motion, I don't feel like I'm comfortable supporting the friendly amendment because I don't know what the universe of applicable deed restriction durations is. I don't have the industry knowledge of that. And didn't think to ask staff in advance to look that up before tonight's meeting. But I believe that this is not throwing darts at a board when this decision is made in the development of a development agreement. And I believe that our planning director in negotiating the development is going to have the city's best long-term interest at heart. And so what I am wondering if would be sufficient to chair the maker of the friendly amendment is if instead of setting a time that I am not comfortable with, rather we provided the director with information that the deed restriction duration should be appropriate in light of the waiver of impact fees that projects of this nature enjoy in expectation of the long-term use of the properties, for these affordable uses. And then having told the director that he needs to be paying attention to this, to trust him to do his job and work in the best interest of the city. So that would be my counter softer suggestion of a way to go about this?
It just, so I don't specifically want to throw out a number either.
But we all want a number.
Well,
I
right.
think.
We want a number, but I'm going off of what Mr. Saul said about the typical lifetime of these, deed restrictions, which is 55 or
99.
99. And that's why I picked the smaller one, because I figure, at some point this building might need to be refurbished and whatnot. So that's what that number was based on. This is my concern. I think there were a lot of unintended consequences that occurred actually as a result of the decision at one point to waive development fees for everything that was affordable as defined by state law. The reason I think this is because I've heard a number of council members discuss this concern explicitly. And again, when they were not explicit about what they really meant by affordable, right? Not foreseeing that we're going to see the projects like this. In addition, they didn't specify that affordable in perpetuity had to mean a certain length of time. Or they didn't even say affordable in perpetuity, they just said affordable. And so that's my concern. Like, I don't even know what I'm getting. And it's very hard. You remember when we were talking about affordable ADUs, there was a tremendous amount of discussion about sort of what's enough. And so I'm not quite sure exactly how to handle this, but like 5 years is not enough. We can't have teachers rent this for 5 years and then be kicked out on the street because it's no longer affordable. So I
agree we should have something, and we should direct, the only influence we can have here, because council's going to ultimately be the deciders, right? But we can direct the director to negotiate this, and with those things in mind, they're probably going to do a better job.
I would recommend that council look at this specific, explicitly.
Well, by including it in the motion, we will.
I actually think that rather than again, this is Brave New World, so this should be something. This is a council prerogative. It's a PC. It's a council prerogative. I don't want to leave it up to the director. Not that I don't. Again, trust the director. It's just that I want to make sure that council's getting what they expect to do, because it's our job as the commissioner.
He does that as an agent of the council.
I understand that, but
okay, looks like somebody adjusted this. Specify deed restriction timeline for all units to be a minimum of 55 years.
Yeah, I just added that italicized to sort of provide a little more context from what I was hearing.
But I'm not sure that makes Commissioner Heckman feel comfortable.
No, it doesn't, because now, but I like the idea of having the council decide. And so that should be our recommendation, is have the council decide the duration of the deed restriction rather than the planning director.
So specify a timeline to be determined by the council?
Yes. Or recommend that council specifies a deed restriction timeline. Right. It's flagging it.
I would support that.
That sounds, well, it's good because we're flagging it too. Like, they'll notice that. I like that. All right. Any other thoughts?
Just to clarify, that was accepted, or?
I need a commitment from the chair that she will support this motion if we include this amendment.
I'm still hung up on the,
so it's not accepted.
So I don't know if I'm going to accept the amendment because there's other issues that I have.
Well, let's work it out, because we need to, bird in the hand. We need to figure this out. So I'm
not sure that issue can be addressed, right? So
you have accepted
this issue is addressed.
Which issue do you?
I have a different issue, which is fundamentally there's so we're supposed to make findings, right? We're supposed to make findings that the public benefit is, right, that the public benefit is worth it in layman's terms, right? That there's a public benefit. Finding number 2, development of the site will result in public benefits not otherwise attainable. by application of the blah, blah, blah. So that's on page 28. That's when we approve a PC, we need to do it based on findings. We need to be able to make all the findings. And I am not sure I can make the second finding because subsidizing market rate housing, and when I look at like how much this 4 million could, or 3 million, whatever it is, could have gotten us, like, I just don't know that I can, like, in good conscience, do that.
It's in the code.
It's in the code, but this is a PC or a PHZ where there needs to be the public benefit. So I don't think I can make that
But
finding.
the code says, like, that's what that was the first question I asked. What is the reason we have that in the code? Because the city has determined there's a public benefit to building affordable housing.
Yes, but there's a question about affordability. I just don't know that I can make the finding. So we can agree to disagree there.
Well, we can, but my intention is, because I think all of us have worked really hard on this and we're so close, is to try and find a way to get all our thoughts in here. And I don't want you to quit and get frustrated. And it's hard, I know, but we can do this.
There's a problem here that may not be a fault of, it's sort of by design, like the public benefit isn't there for
Cutting
the
down
cost.
a project that's affordable housing because it's reaping the affordable housing benefits doesn't make sense.
There's the difference between the definition of affordable housing and and when we talk about benefit is not defined. We have to make that assessment.
Okay, I have a question of staff.
Sorry, go ahead.
So it relates to this conversation we're having, and I can't pinpoint it, but my belief is that, and maybe it's in our new housing element, that housing is a public benefit. And that's true whether it's affordable housing or market rate housing. Just because we need 6,087 more units. Every unit that we get is a public benefit toward fulfilling that. So my question is, isn't that stated in our housing element? Is that where it resides?
The housing element does have those definitions of affordability. Yes, and it does talk about that, getting those categories of housing built, that is one of the goals for the community. I don't know if it has the words public benefit, but that is part of the PHZ language that was included in your staff report.
Yeah, so the specific language that Commissioner Heckman you're referring to is from the staff report from 2020 that went to council that discussed the multiple options of what a PHZ could mean, where specifically council had acknowledged that housing was the public benefit and the driver behind re-evaluating PCs, which we had gone dormant for 15-ish years prior to that, or somewhat, maybe more like 10. But that the specific benefit initially the council evaluated were trying to find an equivalent option of 20% inclusionary housing, where this provides 75% to that goal, or to that objective that council outlined.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, just an additional guidance as you continue your discussion. It is often a goal of this group to try to get to a unanimous decision, and that is always a wonderful goal. But there also are benefits to having a mixed vote, and the message that provides with the minutes from this meeting that show that there was a lot of support for this project across the board, but that there were some concerns about the affordability levels that were proposed. And so from what the discussion we have heard this evening, it sounds like there is support for a recommendation for approval, even if it isn't unanimous. And so, we've spent a good amount of discussion. And so considering what the next steps are.
Respectfully, I don't want to give up yet.
Okay.
And this is worth the time. And I can't think of anything that we're going to be doing with this time that is going to be more important to the teachers in this city.
Commissioner Suma has her hand up, and then Commissioner Aiken also has his light on. I'm not sure if Commissioner Heckman's light is a ghost light or it's a ghost light. Thank you. So let's go to Commissioner Suma and then Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on this. It has always been troubling to me that the council stated their intention with regards to PHCs, but the code has never changed. So everything about a PC is still the old PC code. The code was not updated, but so, and that was mentioned by a member of the public, and that has always been troubling to me. And I think it would have been much clearer to update the code. I will also mention that the words used by the council with their intention, I forget what year it was, in 2020, February 3rd, 2020, the words used were that 20% of the housing units as deed restricted for lower income households. Now, you may think it's picky to say, oh, of our below market rate housing, we have low income, very low income, and moderate. They did not say for lower and moderate income levels. So I believe the intention was to get a deeper level of affordability for that, whatever the value of the benefit in that the PC applicant is asking for. So I think I think it would be good if we end up with a mixed vote to do just what Assistant Director Armour said and tell the council, we got to rethink these, because the higher income levels of deed restriction that used to work are not very helpful now. And that's not the applicant's fault. As I stated multiple times, I don't think anybody is questioning his good intentions here this evening. So that is kind of where I fall on this discussion. I don't, since it's not in the code, we can't totally rely on it. But the term they used were lower income, not moderate and lower. And I think that that's maybe what they meant. And that was 4 years ago. So almost 4 years ago. So that's where I'm kind of concerned about the same thing as the chair. Same thing.
Okay, Vice Chair Aiken.
Well, 2 points, one trivial, one more complex. The complex one is that the issues that Chair Chang and Commissioner Suma are raising resonate for me, but not sufficiently that I think we shouldn't proceed with the current project. It does need to be addressed, and council needs to get that message. Second one's trivial, but as the maker of the motion, you should pass judgment on it. The first condition of approval, the resident should, that actually should read shall, because that's mandatory. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
All right, Chair, last call. Or should we remove that bullet C?
You can.
You're still not supporting the motion?
I'm not supporting the motion.
Okay, great.
I don't know if.
Mr. Sauls, can you remove C and then let's vote? I guess the chair would decide if we vote.
I don't know. Is there more discussion? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
So Commissioner Suma, would you like to speak to your no vote?
I think we've said it enough. I think I've stated it multiple times, and I did want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Sauls with the motion making being visible to all of us. That's so helpful. Thank you.
I would like to speak to my no vote. I really wanted to vote for this project. It kept me up at night a lot. I spent way too much time on it. But if we could have made it so that we weren't providing such a great subsidy, a $3 million subsidy. I mean, I ran numbers about what would happen if we just took that $3 million and gave it to teachers at about $1,500 a pop, because it seems like that's the subsidy that we're giving them for rent every month. You know, what could it do? And it could do a lot. And so I want, when we are, the city has a limited budget. The city needs its development fees in order to make, to keep the city running. What could we do with $3 million of money? Like, what if we could apply that towards affordable housing? And so while the housing itself might be a public benefit, we always have to factor in how much that costs us. So if I said it was $100 million for a unit of affordable housing, I don't think we would make that, we wouldn't say that that was a public benefit. And so I had to make, you know, I wanted to vote no, but I wanted to vote yes, but I'm voting no because to me, it doesn't make sense for the city to be subsidizing market rate housing. All right. It's not the applicant's fault, is what Commissioner Templeton said. That's correct. I just can't make finding number 2. So, because I need to evaluate the benefits. All right. Is there any, so Commissioner Suma didn't want to, so I think we're done. We're done with this. On to the next.
I would like to add, I should have mentioned. I couldn't
go ahead.
Finding number 2 either, because it's important to mention that. Sorry, I omitted it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. We're supposed to specify why we are voting no. So our next agenda item is, okay, we don't have minutes to approve. So just commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas? Anything? Nobody? Okay, so we're adjourned. Great. Thank you, everybody.